All right, all right, all right. It says we're live, so I'm just going to go ahead and run some tests. Got a few different things going on this time, so I want to jump in here and see if the feedback loop is working okay. Welcome back, Wizard Warrior, Wanderer, and Wayfarer alike, wherever you are, whoever you are, and whenever you may be receiving this transmission. Old Frank Monday broadcasting to you from the Central Kingdom of the Celestial Dragon. Twilight Zone Old Peking. Are we in the chat? It doesn't show. Okay, there we go. Looks like we've got a picture now. My picture blanked for a minute, so I want to double check all these things, make sure we're looking good. I'm going to go ahead and flip-flop over to this one and see if this works okay. I'm going to have to drop myself here. So turning off and testing. Let's see if that's going to work out okay. Nope, hear a bit of an echo. Let's see if we can get rid of that echo. Still got an echo. Did we get rid of that echo? Testing. 1, 2. Testing. Looks like we got rid of the echo. Excellent. Sound quality still pretty good. Let me test it out by flipping it over here real quick. You guys looking all right there? Does that look good? I know we're flopping around a bit today, guys, but we're just trying out some new parameters here, right? New parameters. Some dimensions. Yeah, that dimension's a little high. See if we can do a little walk and talk while we're at it, right? How's that look? Can you hear me okay? Looks like it's pretty good. I could probably come even in a little closer with the with stand up. I think the stand up looks right about there, right? Go down a little bit as if you're kind of looking down at me. Looks pretty good, huh? Get the old feet in there. Ooh. Excellent day. Yeah, perfection. That is absolute perfection. It's even beyond perfection, isn't it? Looking good. Okay. We're at the altar here, and we wanted to do a little warm up, get us started. Holy art thou, Lord of the universe, the vast and the mighty one, creator of heaven and earth, maker of all things visible and invisible, master of both the light and the darkness, he who was, is, and always shall be. We adore thee and we invoke thee. Send us one of your divine spiritual agents, our holy guardian angel, to guide and protect us, to protect and guide us through the innumerable snares of the earthly sphere and a cleansing wind, to disperse all negativity and endless human opinion. Teach us those secret things which we must know for the completion of the great work and the glory of thine ineffable name, Adonai. So it is commanded and confirmed, so mote it be. Amen. Ata Malkut Vegubra Vegudla Leolam. Amen. All right, good magic. Remember, O Neophyte, Goodness alone is power. Silence is strength. Will regaineth omnipotence, and love lieth at the foundation. We're going to get into it tonight. We're going to do some free tarot readings, right? We're going to do one card per aspirant. Whoever has an inquiry for the tarot, just step right up, and let me know in the chat box, guys. If you're joining in, if it's your first time, don't let it be your last time. Make sure you let's see if we can hit the chat box up. Chat box with everyone in the studio. Looks like a couple of people are out there. We got some comments. Shreya's back. Good to see you again, Shreyo. Were you praying in Latin? No, that was Hebrew. That was in Hebrew there, Shreya. So good to see you. Heaven and earth are the spontaneous manifestations. Heaven and earth, divine spirits and ancient masters, your son would like to read tarot for the aspirants out in Happy Land. So please respond to us via the system of the tarot cards, the Book of Tahuti, as it were. We will accept this response whether it shows us good fortune or misfortune. 3 quick shuffles to cleanse the deck. Get it over the incense there. A little abrahadabra. Knock, knock, knock. All right, 3 knocks on the deck. Nice little shuffle. Ooh, we cut straight to the magician, Wayfarer. No coincidences there, right? We've got the magician at his altar. Thank you, beloved spirits. We look forward to hearing Memento Mori. Yeah, let's get back over there and get it done, man. I'm going to go ahead and pop that camera off and get back over here in my station. Get back in the old station. Here we are here. Drop that one and add that one. Excellent. We've got it at the ready if we need it. So that's perfect. That's going to work out great. If we need to stand up and do some prayers or some exorcisms, then we've got it all in the ready, prepared. Yeah, we've got it in the ready. It's ready to go. Whenever you are, aspirant. Let's go ahead and have a JP Farrell to get this party started correct, right? Get this party started right. Yes, it was in fact a bit of Aramaic. Hebrew was the language Jesus spoke. Yeah, that's a good question. Did he speak Aramaic or did he speak Hebrew? I believe that he was at the time probably of proto-Hebrew, right? Like, you know that Hebrew as a language died out. I'm not exactly sure the years on it, but at some point it died out and then it had to be rebirthed in, I believe, like the 1840s. Is that right? Or was it as late as the 1940s? So it seems like a lot of the older languages died out during the Dark Ages, at least in the European empires. I'm not sure if any of the Middle Eastern empires suffered that, or even like in your country, for example, Shreya, I remember you're from India, and I'm not sure if you're a Janus or a Hindu, or if you are secular. I'm not sure if you study religion at all. But I believe that there are 2 main religions, the Janus and the Hindus in India, if I'm correct in that. I apologize in advance that I haven't studied anything about the Indian culture, and I know very little about Hindu or Hindi, the language. My speciality is Chinese, and so I've been in China for over 2 decades now, going on 3 decades, so 25 plus years. Hindu and Islam. Okay, excellent. Fantastic. I'm sure you probably have some Christian sects as well. That seems to have spread to every corner of the globe, as it were. See, we've got a nice tube station glass, and it says, "Let's ski." Nothing wrong with that. We're having a little midweek break here, just chilling with old Frank Monday. All right. Hail unto thee who art Ra in thy rising. Amun-Ra, of course, Egyptian. Even unto thee who art Ra in thy strength, who travellest over the heavens at the uprising of the sun. Tahuti standeth in his splendor at the prow, and Ra-Hor abideth at the helm. Hail unto thee from the abodes of twilight. So welcome back, Wayfarer. I hope you guys have all been doing well out in Happy Land and your travels in Dreamland. I'm here to read some tarot cards tonight. So if you've got an inquiry for the tarot, just let me know and we'll get into it. Ooh, one popped out of the deck. Wow, big magic there. What's going on with that? So it looks like we're going to have some definitive feminine energy going on here in the tarot readings tonight. We're under the auspices of the Empress. She is the Venusian princess, right? The goddess of the Venusian energy, fecundity, fertility. Yeah, I'd like to make it to 1,000. That would be nice. The imaginative aspects of life. See, I'll put it on that side so you guys can still see me old mug, right? Me ugly mug, as it were. Yeah, this is a nice card that's indicative of all of the receptive and responsive aspects of the universal energy. So in order, we have Aleph, Beth, Gimel, Dalet. This would be the door, the gateway to the prime material plane. Yeah, like an opening up. Yeah, I'd like to see it get up to 1,000, honestly, with you guys. Like I always say, if it's your first time, don't let it be your last time. Please like and subscribe. Do all that happy horse shit that makes YouTube's algorithms bark like Pavlov's dog. Check back often to see what we got going on. Right now, we're in the Equinox of the gods. So we have that perfect balance of daylight hours and nighttime hours. And in addition to that, we've got the sun and moon both in Libra, which is the sign of balance and equilibrium. They're really playing some loud music outside. They have a little kind of dance party going on outside and downstairs, which is a fun thing to participate in if you're one to dance. I myself, I like to get out there and shake a leg occasionally. I think it's a good way to relax after work. It's mostly like middle-aged gals. There's a couple of old men that go out there and shuffle about, but it's kind of an aspect of the Chinese culture that I've always appreciated. The communal activities. In the morning, people will get out and do Tai Chi and Kung Fu and other forms of Qigong exercises, which I've participated in a lot since I've lived here. And then in the evenings, they'll get out and do some fan dancing or line dancing or other type of ethnic dances, which are also good fun. And so I have participated in that in the past and do enjoy it. I am going to dim my camera, guys, so that I can focus a little more on just the message of today's show. Yeah, Chinese food is really good. They make some really good food, and especially the food in China is going to be very different than you might experience with Chinese food abroad. And so let me dig in here and get a few of the banners up real quick. I am the Grand Wizard of the Esoteric Order of Dagon, self-appointed Master of the Temple and the Eastern Star of the Grand Orient.
I come to you from Twilight's own Old Peking, far behind the bamboo firewall in the central kingdom of the celestial dragon. I remind you, Wayfarer, to check me out at buymeacoffee.com/Frank Monday and put a little something in the tip jar to keep the old lead in the pencil and the pep in my step. I'd beseech thee, each and every one of you, to help me reach 1,000 subs. You can sub a friend. Sharing a video is one way to get it done, or you can secretly sub your grandma, right? That's good magic. The sooner we get to 1,000 subs, the more we can invest into the show, right? If you have a paranormal encounter that you'd like to share here on FM radio with your host, Frank Monday, let me know and ask for the link. I'm always open and willing to interview and have conversation with people here on YouTube. I think that that's one of the more rewarding aspects of the YouTube experience, right? The DEX, as they're calling it these days. The kids, they're always coming up with clever acronyms. They say that DEX is the digital experience. And so that's what we're sharing here together right now. You and me, Wayfarer, the two of us. We are, in fact, doing it via the StreamYard application. It says, you can see the duck up in the corner there. It says that we are powered by StreamYard, and it's the way we're getting it done tonight. So if you haven't checked out StreamYard, you might want to do so and see if live streaming is something you might enjoy as well. You should start a channel sooner rather than later. The earlier you get started, the more subs you will get. So back to the chat. I hope you're doing well. Good to see you, Shreya. So Shreya, do you have a channel? Do you come on panel, or do you like to talk and be interviewed or interview other people? That's something I'm always interested to know. If I recall correctly, you are a Sagittarius, and I don't have any other notes about you at hand. But I really do enjoy learning about other people and reading their birth charts. And if that's something you would be interested in doing, Shreya, and I'm not even sure if I'm pronouncing your name correctly. I hope I am. If you were able to come on the show, then you could tell me exactly how to pronounce your name. You could tell me a little more about yourself. But yeah, if you wanted to know and go along those lines, just send me an email. You can find my email real easy. You can find it in the About section of my page here. You can also find it on my Coffee page. The Coffee page is the best way to get in touch with me. You don't even have to buy a coffee. You can just get over there and send me a message. And I'm more likely to check and respond to that probably than anything else, pretty much. With no further ado, guys, though, I'm gonna let Israel Regardi lead us through the invocation of Tahuti. This is just kind of a test run. I wanted to see how everything was working, make sure the microphone was up and working, and I want to check some of the sound levels and the feedback loop here on the other side. So I'm gonna go ahead and play this video for now and enjoy it. It's about 5 minutes long.
Invocation of Thoth. Procul, O procul esti profani, qual lasti ompeda. In the name of the mighty and terrible one, I proclaim that I have banished the shells unto their habitations. I invoke Tahuti, the Lord of wisdom and of utterance, the God that cometh forth from the veil. O thou majesty of the Godhead, wisdom-crowned Tahuti, Lord of the gates of the universe, thee I invoke. O thou of the ibis head, thee I invoke. Thou who wieldest the wand of double power, thee I invoke. Thou who bearest in thy left hand the rose and cross of light and life, thee I invoke. Thou whose head is as an emerald, and thy nemes as the night sky blue, thee I invoke. Thou whose skin is of flaming orange as though it burned in a furnace, thee I invoke. Behold, I am yesterday, today, and the brother of tomorrow. I am born again and again. Mine is the unseen force whereof the gods are sprung, which is as life unto the dwellers in the watchtowers of the universe. I am the charioteer of the east, lord of the past and of the future. I see by mine own inward light, Lord of resurrection, who cometh forth from the dust, and my birth is from the house of death. O ye two divine hawks upon your pinnacles, who keep watch over the universe, ye who company the bier to the house of rest, who pilot the ship of wrong, ever advancing onwards the heights of heaven, Lord of the shrine which standeth in the center of the earth. Behold, he is in me, and I in him. Mine is the radiance wherein Ptah floateth over the firmament. I travel upon high. I tread upon the firmament of new. I raise up flashing flame with the lightning of mine eye, ever rushing on in the splendor of the daily glorified Ra, giving my life to the dwellers of earth. If I say, come up upon the mountains, the celestial waters shall flow at my word. For I am Ra incarnate, Kepha, created in the flesh. I am the eidolon of my father Tamu, Lord of the city of the sun. The God who commands is in my mouth. The God of wisdom is in my heart. My tongue is the sanctuary of truth, and a God sitteth upon my lips. My word is accomplished every day, and the desire of my heart realizes itself as that of Ptah when he createth his work. I am eternal, therefore all things are as my designs, therefore do all things obey my word. Therefore do thou come forth unto me from thine abode in the silence, unutterable wisdom, or light, or power. So, Hermes, Mercury, Odin, by whatever name I call thee, thou art still nameless to eternity. Come thou forth, I say, and aid and guard me in this work of art. Thou, star of the east, that didst conduct the Magi, thou art the same all present in heaven and in hell. Thou that vibratest between the light and the darkness, rising, descending, changing ever, yet ever the same. The sun is thy father, thy mother the moon. The wind hath borne thee in its bosom, and earth hath ever nourished the changeless Godhead of thy youth. Come thou forth, I say, come thou forth, and make all spirits subject unto me, so that every spirit of the firmament and of the ether, upon the earth and under the earth, on dry land and in the water, of whirling air and of rushing fire, and every spell and scourge of God the vast one may be obedient unto me.
Yeah, that was Francis Israel Regardi reading to us the invocation of Thoth the Atlantean. And it's one that I really enjoy and I listen to often. He's one of my favorite authors from, a lot of his stuff he published about 100 years ago. So he was, if you do not know, he was a secretary to one Aleister Crowley, the infamous Beast 666. But I got a pretty good understanding that I think Israel Regardi was a good guy, and he brought all the information forward from the Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn. And so if you know a little something about that, then you definitely know our beloved Israel Regardi. I share the same magical motto as him, right? To all glory to God, all glory to Adonai on high. And one quote that I really like by him a lot is he said that you should invoke often and inflame yourself with prayer. So probably a good idea. Yeah. Oh, is that the first time you've heard of Regardi? Yeah, he was hanging around the same cats like Arthur Edward Wyatt, the guy who made the first tarot deck that's used in common parlance, right? The artist Pamela Coleman Smith drew that up, and there was a whole movement out of London, as it were, at the time, right? There was a bookstore right across from the British Museum called the Atlantean, and a lot of cats met up there and cooked up some good magic. The Golden Dawn itself, I think, only lasted a total of 8 years, but many of the things in it were actually based on an earlier, well, not directly the Hermetic Brotherhood of Luxor. I think there were a couple of others. There was the cipher manuscripts, of course. There was the great work done by Eliphas Levi, and Rosicrucian orders contributed quite a bit. But it was an amalgamation, a new thing, as it were, of the world's great religions and teachings. It included aspects from the Canaanites and the Sumerians, as well as the Egyptians, and some Oriental aspects mostly out of Hinduism, but also some Taoist and Buddhist aspects, and a great syncretism of ideas combined to create hermetics and hermeticism. If offshoots would be stuff like the Theosophical Society of Blavatsky and Anthroposophy of Rudolf Steiner, and there were some others. Those are the most notable ones worthy of mention that I study directly and have for a long time since I was a teenager. And so I think that I would codify my own understanding at this time as a sort of Taoist hermeticism. Yeah, that's how I would couch it, with aspects and elements of esoteric Christianity, Rosicrucianism, and other pagan religions, right? We just throw the Greeks, Romans, Egyptians, Sumerians, Canaanites, the old UEUs, throw everybody in one basket, kind of shake it up and see what rises to the top. What's the cream of the crop? But it's not like a smorgasbord where you can just take anything you like and leave other things aside. You have to kind of include both the positive and negative attributes of some of those things, but you should take the best from every tradition and then move forward with that. So I'm a practitioner of Chinese Qigong and martial arts and ceremonial magic. Yes, I am. You could include that, Shreya. You could say that I tend more towards Christianity than I do Islam, if you want to make that essential distinction. However, at the same time, I do have an understanding of the value of the principles within those things. Of course, these are all monotheistic Abrahamic religions, but I include, again, many other pagan elements, Celtic, Egyptian. And when I was younger and I was studying all of the world's great religions and mysticism and other spiritual practices, I said, I bow before no God, taking into consideration that there were many gods. And I said, I bow before no God, but I pay homage to them all. And so I think that you have to carry with you a reverent spirit within any temple of study and understanding. And I've always been deeply interested in the spiritual. And I say that, and now that I'm a little older, I say that I think, and I didn't know that Carl Jung had said this as well, that when people say, do you believe in God? I'd say, no, I don't believe in God. I know God. And I'd laugh. I added an additional quip to that. And I'd say, what about you? Do you believe in God? Say, oh, no, God, Christ. For heaven's sake, no, I don't believe in God. I'd say, that's good, because God doesn't believe in you either, right? So it's a two-way street. When you stare into the abyss stares back at you. And so I think that it's important to have your own path. The Chinese have a quippy saying that has been around for a long time, and they say, 走自己的路，让别人去说吧. So walk your own path. And let everybody else go fuck themselves. Let them go talk is actually, they don't say it the way I said it, a little more harsh, obviously, but they say, let them go talk, because people are going to talk anyway. And then if you get into some of Lao Tzu's teachings, you'll realize that he kind of throws people in various categories, but he says that people have the attributes of various animals and stuff too. And crows and jackdaws and other types of birds that screech and craw a lot, maybe, I don't know, it seems like vultures are pretty much silent, but I don't know, maybe they screech too. But these birds that do that, and then they feast on lice and ticks and other types of fleas and stuff. He says that's a certain type of element, right? A certain type of animal. And then there's another type of animal, birds, if we take, for example, nightingales and whippoorwills and stuff that sing and have melodies, and they drink from the purest streams, and they hunt little fish, the kingfisher, for example, and they fly to lofty heights like the eagle or the condor, and they don't interact with other species or prey upon low things, they seek lofty heights. And so that's an easy division between, the petty people and the people that concern themselves with higher ideals and things of an elevated mind, of an elevated nature. I like to think of myself as being in the category of the latter, but maybe that's just me pulling my own leg, right? Yeah, could be something to that. But enough about me. What about you? I always like to learn more about you, listener and Wayfarer. And I like to do guided meditation as well. And so if you have a moment, I would remind you to possibly focus on your breath. Take a deep breath in and hold for 3, 2, 1. Let it out. Relax. Settle into a comfortable position. You might even let your eyes close. There's nothing to see here, right? There's just a little icon with my name on the screen. You can imagine a darkened screen and let it all fade away, inhaling slowly that pure divine energy, letting it invigorate the spark of the divine within your mind and body and spirit. Right at the heart center, that center chakra, as it were. We call it the central dantian in Chinese inner alchemy, and we refer to it as a elixir field, and it produces cinnabar. And so you might want to inhale to that center dantian, letting the tension of the day begin to melt away. And remember that this moment here with me, it's for you. It's for you, Wayfarer, wizard, warrior, wanderer, and wildcat alike, right? Wherever you are, whoever you are, and whenever you may be receiving this message, I absolutely do believe and know that there's a divine source, a divine concourse, and there's always a peaceful sanctuary for those who seek it. If you would like to, you could take another deep breath, deep healing, invigorating breath in, hold it for a moment, count 3, 2, 1, release it gently, right? And allow yourself to float, relaxation to settle in. And with each breath, you can feel more peaceful and at one with your own being and your gentle rhythmic breathing. Feel your feet grounding you out as you touch the earth. And whether you're sitting down or lying back, just continue to breathe, right? Imagining a warm wave of relaxation washing over you from head to toe with each breath. Inhaling. Hold briefly, 3, 2, 1, and sink deeper. With each breath, you can sink even deeper into relaxation and allow your other than conscious mind to take over. Relax the critical factor, the guardian at the threshold, as it were. Give him a break. Say, hey, man, go take a smoke break. Let the subconscious mind take over for a while. And as the wave of relaxation flows over you, relaxing your chest and shoulders, arms, neck and head, everything above your central dantian, and just breathing naturally, rhythmically, peacefully. You might like to sway from side to side or back and forth a little bit. Kind of rotate your head gently. Allow your jaw to soften, all the muscles around your eyes and scalp. And with each breath, letting go of the outside world and turning your focus inward. You might like to imagine a place of great tranquility, a sanctuary where you feel safe and at peace. This could be any type of setting that pleases you. A serene forest, quiet beach, or maybe your own cozy room that you're sitting in now, right? With soft music playing, gentle light. You can picture the colors around you, the gentle sounds, and the comforting scents that fill the air. In this sacred space, you can explore your deepest desires, and you can just continue to breathe naturally and rhythmically, letting the hips relax, the thighs, all the way down to the feet, allowing your mind to drift anywhere in the interior of your mind that it would like to go. And as you listen to my voice, you may find that your thoughts become softer, like clouds floating in a serene sky, each one passing by slowly, quietly, a gentle reminder of your journey inward. You might imagine those soft, fluffy clouds colored in different type of polychromatic saturations, whether it be a deep crimson red, a royal navy blue, a gorgeous scintillating gold, any energy that serves your purpose and may come up with which one, how do they make you feel? How do the various colors, a deep royal purple perhaps, or an emerald green, maybe a brilliant sapphire blue. How do the different colors make you feel as you relax more deeply? You can focus on anything within the mind that highlights and enlightens you to your given purpose in life. Is there a moon in the sky? or perhaps it's sunrise or sunset. Just play with the environment and take a moment to relax. You might like to, at this time, think about some intended purpose of manifestation, some intentional idea or goal that is important to you, and imagine it in a sphere of scintillating bright light in front of you. You can put that sphere at just beyond arm's reach, right out there in the immediate distance, floating gently like a spectral orb. And it's filled with the idea of the desire of manifestation that you would like to embrace in your life. And with each gentle rhythmic breath, the sphere itself is breathing as well. You inhale and it expands. Exhale and it contracts and quivers, condensing the energy around your unique goal. Let it float gently there in front of you. Summon up a vortice of energy within yourself from below your central dantian, deep down, all the way from the feet. Let's bring it all the way up from the feet. That swirling, whirling vortex of energy, endlessly generating time and space, an abundance of energy. Let it spring up from within you, right? Emitting all out around you like a fountain. Now focus and direct that energy, both hands forward, directly into the sphere containing your deepest desire and productive wish. Invoke Abrahadabra. Another deep breath, empowering that sphere of energy, and invoke Abrahadabra. We're going to do this exercise one final time. Aspirant, inhaling, the sphere swells with energy. Exhaling, the magical incantation, abracadabra, and condensing, coalescing, the power of divine energy coursing through you, pulling up from the earth and out and into the sphere. Now you can pull that sphere towards you, embrace it. It's right there in front of you. It's between your hands. It's no longer beyond arms reach, right? It's right there within your grasp, but you can play with it day and night. Never throw it away, aspirant, lest the Lord of the netherworld send his underlings after you to try to snatch it away. This is your divine light, your shining trapezohedron, and you need to place it within its own archaic, grotesquely carved wooden box, maybe a Pandora's box of your own, and secret it away in there. Seal it up hermetically. Seal that divine spark of light and wish energy within the box. Then place that box within you. All right, the disappearing box. Stick it right in to your center dantian, locked away. You've got it there and stored. And so it is commanded and confirmed. You've performed a simple ritual to bring about any wish or desire that you might have to bring into manifestation, whether that be healing, healing for yourself or another, greater prosperity for yourself or another, right? Greater joy and well-being in life. And then start to come up out of your relaxed state, returning to the awareness of the room that you're in. We'll count up from 1 to 5, and as we do, returning and awaking, feeling more invigorated, at peace with the wish you've cast out, right, and brought within yourself. And it's there. You can think about it anytime you like throughout the day or night. Think about this special ritual that connects you with that divine spark of energy. And 2, taking another deep breath, maybe wiggle your toes and fingers a little bit. 3, kind of adjust your hips and shoulders. Maybe move around on the chair a little bit. 4, coming back into the present, a nice deep breath, inhaling and exhaling. 5, open your eyes up, feeling recharged, feeling refreshed in the present moment. What a wonderful thing, Wayfarer. Thank you for participating with me in that brief hypnotic induction into a special place, right? Just a little moment for me and you to take some time out and enjoy some natural rhythmic breathing and put a little special energy out there into the universe. You may thank whatever God you pay homage to, right? For me, for example, I might do the adoration of Abraxas. Holy art thou, Lord of the universe, the vast and the mighty one, creator of heaven and earth, maker of all things visible and invisible, master of both the light and the darkness, he who was, is, and always shall be. We adore thee and we invoke thee. Send us one of your divine spiritual agents, our holy guardian angel, to protect and guide us through the innumerable snares of the earthly sphere, and a cleansing wind to disperse all negativity and endless human opinion. Teach us those secret things which we must know for the completion of the great work and the glory of thine ineffable name, Adonai. So it is commanded and confirmed. So mote it be. Amen. Yeah, good magic, man. That's the way it is right there. That's how Frank Monday gets it done each and every day. And I invite you along, Wayfarer. This is the start of the 100-day challenge, Pathway of Internal Alchemy. This is the Internal Alchemy edition. So starting from today, here on the autumn equinox in 2025, I will be doing 100 days of research into internal alchemy, mostly through the Chinese system of esoteric Taoism, but I will be adding to that with all of the great teachings from Franz Barden, Robert Bruce, McGregor Mathers, Arthur Edward Wyatt, any and everyone that has contributed to the Hermetic sciences throughout the ages. A couple of select texts I'm going to be looking at this go round. I will be digging into Eliphas Levi's Transcendental Magic. And so if you can get yourself an electronic copy of that, that will aid in you keeping up with the coursework on this session. But yeah, it's just going to be good magic, man. The basic order of the 100-day challenge is pretty straightforward and easy to follow. It's 100 unbroken consecutive days of focusing on this at the same time every day for 10 minutes on the subject of the course of study. So you'll do 100 10-minute sessions amounting to over 1,000 minutes, right? And you'll just study consistently on one single idea. This one is going to be internal alchemy, and it's going to include through the lens of Hermetic sciences and esoteric Taoism, internal alchemy. So there it is there. 100 days, 10 minutes a day for 100 days. That doesn't sound like a tall order, right? I think that's something that anyone can do. I've got a lot of material on my Buy Me a Coffee website. So let me pull that up really quick. Here it is here, the 100-day challenge, internal alchemy. And you can find the syllabus and the coursework at buymeacoffee.com. Just jump on there. It's in the post sections. It's all available for free. I'm going to be doing the golden light meditation every day throughout this course this time. And so that's where you can find out more about it. If you do have any questions, feel free to ask anytime. Shri has got a question out here in the ideas room. She says, do you think we have free will? And to remain unmarried if the person of our choice doesn't reciprocate. Do you think we have free will? I think that's one part of the question. And then the second part of the question is about remaining unmarried in the face of unrequited love, right? Unrequited or unrequited. I've heard people say both. I would prefer unrequited to unrequited, but I think that the latter is more prevalent. So first off, do we have free will? I just cut the deck on the tarot. I'm gonna let the tarot help me answer this one, right? Why should I rely on my own mind in and of itself when I've got a tarot deck handy right here with me? And so to look at that in a little more depth, as I was cutting the tarot, the high priestess came up on the cut, which is secreted knowledge, right? What I prayed for just now in the adoration of Abraxas was teach us those secret things which we must know for the completion of the great work and the glory of thine ineffable name. So at face value, I'd say absolutely, we do indeed have free will. And I would highlight that by saying that there's always, you can take a progression either up or down. And I think that's what free will kind of means in a sense, your spiritual evolution, right? Do you want to throw away the spiritual gifts you were endowed with at birth and that have been given from you by society and family and the holy divine God above? Do you want to squander and neglect and let those things fall into disrepair? That's one direction. That's the black hole of negative entropy that leads to total dissolution and destruction. I think that is a choice people can make. They can destroy their lives through dissolute practices, or they can do the opposite, right? What does free will mean? You can rise up on the vortice of divine energy, upward and onward, and you can refine the gifts that were given to you. You can practice daily and pray and love your family and engage in every positive aspect of life that makes the world a better place for yourself and everyone around you, right? I work as an educator and I teach at an academy, and I try to give the best possible lessons that I can and keep my classroom tidy and myself tidy and dress professionally and speak politely and try to find humor in my daily life and share that humor with other people. In my home, I keep my home clean. I keep my my clothing clean. I cook and clean within my home. I'm generous yet strict with my children. I try to make my home life a pleasing environment. I like to study in my free time and connect with family. I've built my own family because much of my family is back in the United States, and it's far more difficult to keep up with them. I invite them to watch me here on YouTube and connect with me online, but they're busy with their own lives, and they'd rather I send an email or drop a phone call or hell come out to see them, right? I have traveled quite a bit home to the United States over the years that I've been here, but it's become increasingly more difficult and expensive to do so. I will travel again more in the future, though, as airfares vary in expense, and it's always something that I enjoy doing. So I think that, yes, that's my easy answer. You have the opportunity to continue your spiritual evolution in a productive, positive manner, or you could fall into the hell realm, as it were, and suffer and let the suffering take the light from your eyes. And I don't think that's no good, but that's a choice people can make. So the second part of that question, let's move on to that. And again, I'll seek aid from the Book of Tahuti. Ooh, that was moving around right there. And I'll ask heaven and earth, divine spirits, and ancient masters, aid me in the idea of, if the person you're interested is non-reciprocant in returning your love, then I think that share song would be appropriate, right? Is there life after love? I really don't think I'm strong enough. Yeah. Oh, it's Do You Believe? Do you believe in life after love? After love. I feel something inside myself. I really don't think I'm strong enough. No. Do you believe in life after love? I think that's kind of a hard one to sing because they actually use like harmonizers on that. Like, what is that called? Computer generated voice harmonization. She's a really good singer, though. I mean, you can't fucking top Cher when it comes to the work she put into music and vocals. I don't know if you like Cher or not. She used to hang out with a dude named Sonny. I thought she was actually taller than him because she was always wearing heels. But if you see her in flats and them side to side, he's actually a couple of inches taller than her. So like maybe 3 to 5 centimeters taller than her, maybe 5 centimeters, something like that. Actually taller than her. But he always looked shorter than her because she'd wear heels and she's thin. And she'd do her hair up and stuff. Yeah, I've gotten some good cuts on the old tarot deck while thinking about your question, Shreya. And thank you for that. I really appreciate that. I'm not too high and mighty that I can't appreciate a compliment. I do enjoy singing, and I think it's one of the greatest pleasures in life. Singing, dancing, and reading. Kung Fu as well, but those are probably some of my favorite is singing, reading, and dancing. I love to dance, and I love music. And swing dance is one of my favorite dances. And Kung Fu, I think that swing dance is like a kind of Kung Fu, really. Like Kung Fu with another person, but even more fun, right? They're really going hard and heavy on that music outside. In fact, having mentioned music and my love of music, I'm going to take a short musical break and close that window because as much as I love Chinese operatic music, I think with better, like nearer, closer to silence, I would feel at even deeper peace and relaxation. Though with hypnotic suggestion, you could just tell yourself, hey, even that sound is aiding to my relaxation and enjoyment. And it really is in a way. But you know what? I having thought about music, I really wanted to hear this this Dweller in the Dark song. I've been enjoying it quite a bit, and I thought I would go ahead and play it one more time. Just a little bit of self-indulgent guilty pleasure here, guys. Nothing wrong with it. And give me a minute.
Eagles flying high, cats on the prowl, devils in your bed, their whispers so loud, witches on my heels, so they'll steal, running in the dark, truth they conceal, blood on the walls, splattering a sink. God can't help the dead, no time to think. Hounds howl at night, shadows in the light, fear in every breath, eyes wide with fright. Cards dealt by fate, no way to escape. Threads getting tight, can't see the daylight. Blood on the walls, splattering a sink. God can't help the dead, no time to think. Cards dealt by fate, no way to escape. Threads getting tight, can't see the daylight. Blood on the walls, splattering a sink. God can't help the dead, no time to think.
That was Dweller of the Dark with God Can't Help the Dead here on FM radio with your host for the hour, Frank Monday, broadcasting to you from the Central Kingdom of the Celestial Dragon, Twilight Zone, Old Peking, once again like Finnegan. So if you've got a yen to expand your kin, then let's go Zen. So welcome back, Wayfarer, Wanderer, Wildcat, Wizard Warrior, wherever you are, whoever you are, and whenever you are receiving this transmission, keep doing good magic. Hit the like and subscribe. If it's your first time, don't let it be your last time. You know, check me out at buymeacoffee.com/Frank Monday. Put a little something in the tip jar. You guys know that I put the lead in my pencil, the pep in my step, and the jelly in my donut. With that said, let's get back to business, cracking coconuts, nose to the grindstone, and getting busy with the business. I hope y'all good-looking sex people are doing well out there in Happy Land tonight. And if you do have a question for the tarot, let me know. Put it in all caps there in the chat box, the old chitter-chatter box. Let's do a quick reading for the collective. I'm going to go ahead and shuffle these cards up, and I'm going to start with a central card for the collective. What does the collective want all of us to know at this time, at this beautiful, beloved time of the autumn equinox, as the sun moves into Libra and the moon moves into Libra as well, right? We've got a great time of balance. I went ahead and I drew the Three of Cups, revelry, celebration. What a beautiful, wonderful card. If you've seen it on Arthur Edward Wyatt's deck, then you know it's got three maidens holding up chalices with the fertility and abundance of the natural environment. There's pumpkins and melons and squash and all types of wonderful things going on. It's a water sign, so it's the Three of Cups. I'm thinking that's going to be either in Pisces or Cancer. If I remember correctly, it's the middle decan of Cancer. I think it's Cancer is right. And it does represent, in fact, abundance of everything good in life, right? The abundance of the material sphere. And I'm going to go ahead and show you that card real quick, guys, so you're on the same page as me. Let's go ahead and throw that Kimmy camera on one time. Yeah, there it is there. Isn't that beautiful? So that is the Three of Cups, the Lord of abundance and prosperity, right? Fecundity, in fact. You can see the pumpkin down there, the ripening pumpkin down there in the foreground, and then melons and all sorts of other fruits at the horizontal level, the horizon level, and then three beautiful maidens holding up their chalices, engaging in revelry and dance and celebration. What a beautiful thing, right? What a delightful card to draw for the collective. Let's go even a little further, though, right? So now is the time of revelry and balance and enjoyment to receive your gift, the gift of the spirit, as it were. Hey, Brian Roy's out there in Happy Land. Good to see you, amigo. I hope you are doing well. Welcome back to the show. As always, it is open lines to the paranormal. So if anything unusual or interesting or fascinating has come to mind, then let me know it. You can jump right up here on panel. I'll put the link in the chat, but I won't do it until it's requested. I'm not just going to throw it out there willy-nilly and let any and every internet tourist have at it. But if one of you wonderful, thoughtful, mindful people would like to join the show and chat for a little while, I'm going to probably be here for, an indeterminate amount of time. Could be 20 minutes, an hour, could be 2 or 3 hours. Who knows? It's up to you guys. I look for that feedback loop, that interaction equation, right? The part of the digital experience that brings us closer together. Like the beloved prophet of the Aeon said, no new horror can be more terrible than the daily torture of the commonplace, right? Howard Phillips Lovecraft. All hail the Father Dagon. All hail the Mother Hydra. The stars align. The shining trapezohedron is embraced, and Cthulhu has arisen. Yeah, the shining trapezohedron has awakened. You got your lights turned on, amigo. Good to see you, Brian Roy. Appreciate you being here. Thanks for stopping by. Your entire life has been paranormal. Good man. That means you see the truth, right? You embrace the mystic moment. You really know what's going on each and every day, every breath, every waking moment. This divine light sparkling and scintillating like it's just out of reach, like memories of a dream, fading and ephemeral. You have to work hard to grasp that reality beyond the veil. So many people get confused with the colored dust of the everyday push and grind of the regular ordinary world. You know, they don't know how to embrace that mystical spiritual element. So many of them have given up on it. I mean, think of all the outright self-proclaimed atheists that you meet in the world that haven't experienced anything of a supernatural paranormal nature and just don't even know it, man. They don't get it. They're like, fuck, this is all there is, just this chemical combination of amoebas molesting each other and vying for dominance in a chaotic orgy of hierarchical ascent. That was kind of a word salad, but I was trying to get it out there, and I think you got the idea. You know, they're battling in their mammalian systems of dominance and submission, and they think that's where it's at. That's not where it's at. Where it's at is in communion and fellowship and collaborating, coming together, working together. Why not walk each other home, right? And one great guru said that one time. They said that we're all just walking each other home. And what a way to think about it, right? Because you're either headed home or you're headed somewhere else. And I think you have a right to make that decision for yourself, no matter what the naysayers may say. It looks like we have. Oh, that's me. I was going to say it looked like we had someone joining us in the ideas room, behind the scenes, as it were, in the green room, backstage. But it wasn't. It was just me. It's my alter ego that if I want to stand up and walk over to the altar and do some magic from the altar, then I can utilize that camera. I'm amazed it's still connected. I turned off the phone, but I guess the phone's just on power down status. I'm going to go ahead and grab a little something. Let's go with 3 cards on this reading. Since we drew the 3 of Cups, let's continue with this blessed reading for the collective. And we'll go with some immediate passing energies first, right? Our present moment, if you recall, is that 3 of Cups. I just showed you it. And then we'll retrogress for just a moment, recidivate, move back, ease on back, take a step back, as they like to say, and see what's happening on those passing energies of the immediate past. I got the Ace of Wands. Wow. The magic wand of fire, the plasma energy, right? The first Yud in the name of God, the Yod He Vah He, Ani Yahava, right? No se te ipsum. Know yourself, and out shouts the God, the crucified one, Ani Yahava, for I am he that is, right? Yeah, powerful stuff. So I'll show it to you guys. It's got a lot of good magic going on in this card. So we got that growth of dynamic fire energy just passing. And let's double check our calendar real quick. Look, what a beautiful card that is, right? What a thing. What a delight. What a pleasure to see that powerful, fiery magic wand appearing in our reading. And what was I going to do just now? Totally lost that thing. But yeah, new beginnings, opportunities, potential within the realm of impassioned, fiery, dynamic, active principles. So something just launched in the collective, right? A good, upbeat, powerful start to the when I invoke the Ani Yahava, it's Yod He Vav He. Right? Show that to you guys real quick from a standing posture. It goes up and then center Dantian Yod out along the arms. Hey, down the center torso. Vav Hey, and then the second Hey is from the hips out and down, and that's the way I am what I am, right? That's how that energy manifests into the prime material plane. As it comes down from Tifereth, for many of us, those who worship and pay homage to the Christ consciousness, then they're going to center usually that energy at Tifereth. Let me see here. I've lost the window I was looking for. That's okay. Either it'll come back to me or it won't, and not a big deal. Oh yeah. I wanted to queue up another little something for you guys. Okay, I'd enjoy to call in, but I'm tired at work. If not today, one day. Okay, good magic, Brian Roy. I appreciate that, man. Anytime, you're welcome. Anytime, everyone is absolutely welcome, right? You guys know that I'm the low ground and I'm always looking to reach out to people, and I like to communicate and talk and enjoy fellowship here online, sometimes here on YouTube. And I like to read tarot cards too, and I'm still getting at it, man. We're going to look for that future energy. I just cut to the 8 of Wands. Wow, what a powerful thing. But so far we got the 3 of Cups dead center, right? That supernal triad of gifts and giving raining out into our lives. So there should be great revelry and fertility, fecundity, abundance, and all the good things in life. And then on the left-hand side, passing out is just that growth, that planting of the seed of the fiery locust, the catalyst, the exigence as to why you're here, right? What's the reason for being? What's the reason for your happiness, Wayfarer? Okay, I'm going to do a cut and then I'm going to pull a card. Good fortune or misfortune. Ooh, okay, so we got another fire card, guys. We've got the 7 of Wands. And we know this card well, right? This should be our, not Aries, but is it Sagittarius? No, it's going to be the other fire sign, Leo. Oh, good God in heaven. I don't know if you guys have ever tangled with a lion, but the 7 of Swords is the Lord of Valor. It's Mars in Leo. So some really powerful Martian energy, that Gabura on the tree of life, that right hand, a jab and a hook, right, coming at you in Leo. What a fiery punch. That's like Kid Dynamite, Mike Tyson, knocking people out, right? So this fiery energy, and let's see here, final deacon, the tail of the lion. Yeah, the final deacon there is going to bring a bit of a challenge your way. We read this card just the other day on the show. I'm not sure who we pulled it for, if it was Namira, Phoenix, Yasmin. Let me see. I might have it in my notes. It doesn't look like I do. I remember Coyote was here from the USA and Shrira from India. So welcome back, everyone. I hope you're doing well. I don't know if you tuned in last time, Brother Hermano Roy, but we had just looked at the 7 of Wands. As many of you may know from your tarot numerology, the 7 is going to correspond with the Chariot, and it's going to call for reflection, assessment, and control, right? It's one of the more blessed cards. It's more active and dynamic because it is a odd number, right? You can see those even numbers stabilizing and balancing, and then those odd numbers causing upheaval and change. the Seven of Wands in and of itself, it's at like a knee-jerk reaction is to rouse those competitive aspects of yourself and then push beyond your limits and launch yourself into battle. Now, this doesn't necessarily have to be like, obviously it doesn't have to be physical. It's more of an internal battle than anything else, right? So start directly engaging in those things which you know are most positive and beneficial for you. So for the example here, you could join the 100-day challenge, right? This would be a good time with the Seven of Swords on your side to summon up your competitive energy and engage in a simple challenge like the 100-day challenge. This one here, the internal challenge of alchemy, 100 consistent, consecutive, unbroken days of focusing at roughly the same time every day for about 10 minutes, the same type of growth building idea. And for this one, it's going to be internal alchemy with like through the lenses of esoteric Taoism and Qigong, and then as well as like Hermetic sciences, visualization, ritual and ceremonial magic, prayer and invocation, this type of thing. So cultivating yourself internally, inwardly. And, this can include correcting the negativity or the dross, bleaching out the stains and firing and refining the lead and dross of the spirit into pure alchemical gold. One way to do that is to go ahead and go over to the coffee page, buymeacoffee.com, and grab the syllabus. Grab the coursework, grab the readings, right? Whatever posts I make over there will help support you. The videos I make here will also help support the mission of doing this. This will be day one for me, guys. September 23rd. It's the Equinox back in America. You guys are just into September 23rd, probably early morning. For many of you, be hearing this later in the day. You might want to take the challenge with me, right? And mark the date. It's a red letter date. 23 of September 2025. And I started this morning with, I began by gently bringing myself back from Dreamland and then working hard to recall the images in Dreamland and then to bring them gently forward one by one, like succulent, ephemeral traces of gossamer webbing, and then weave them into a kind of silken cord that I could, tie around my finger as a reminder throughout the day to think about those things which benefit me most and help me most directly connect with the grand spiritual energy of the cosmos and to further the great work. All right. To meet everyone on the level and part on the square. And that's what it's all about. It's all about getting good magic done. And so that's one way that I activate it within my life is through some simple early morning rituals, jump up, do some dream recall and journaling, do a little Qigong, a little wishy-washy soap factory soap on a complimentary wishy-washy washcloth and wash the old face, right? The old persona, the mug, as you take it out into the world. One of the most valuable times each day is that period of hypogogic abeyance, when the spirit is held aloft as it re-enters the physical body from Dreamland, and to pay attention to that beyond the veil life and how valuable it really is. Some of what's going on over there is actually more timeless and more important than what's going on over here. But a lot of people don't commune with that part of themselves very often. And I would recommend that you start, especially if you're interested in learning the pathways of the Magi and taking the 100-day challenge and doing some internal alchemy with me this time around. Shreya, I haven't seen that you have an exact question. I did answer it and draw some cards for it. Maybe you didn't catch it, in fact. She says, any opinions on my situation? I would just say, like, with your specific situation, and I can address that just from the collective cards that I pulled a moment ago. Embrace the good energy that should be around you right now, around you, and embracing you, right? So let it flow through you. Some really powerful good energy has sprung up from the immediate past. Maybe it was the direct interaction that we had together here on this channel. And it says to pull yourself up by your bootstraps and roar like a lion. Get out there and rouse that competitive side of your nature that will help you engage and resolve that situation, right? Only you can take the actions that will bring about the transformations that you want to happen in that. And if it is a situation of unrequited love, either like put forward the message if you haven't recently, or the ultimatum, or whatever is required, and say, hey, do you want to continue with this thing, or you want to let it go? And if they want to let it go, open the fucking cage like letting a wild bird out the window. Just let them fly, because all that's going to do is clear your path for something even better and more beneficial for you. And I know this is sometimes hard to do. I've had some heartbreak in my life. I've lost 3 great loves, and I've been with a great love that, who knows, one day, knock on wood, may lose. And jobs have come and gone, and people have come and gone, friends have come and gone, and it's never an easy thing. But when certain things move away, there are other things that fill that place and bring forward new gifts of the spirit. Some of them can never be replaced, like your mother and father, brothers and sisters, some of your most divine best friends. But for me, I've always been a little fickle of heart. When it comes to a love interest, like a balancing of my yin yang, I just, in a situation like that, I refocus the energies inwardly, and then fall in love again, fall in love with myself and fall in love with the world. And that same dynamic energy of a soulmate is never far away. Some people believe in this twin flame type of idea of there's only one out there for you. I don't believe that. It's a reflection of yourself, and you can make it available to yourself. You're the one in command. Who makes the grass green, right? It's the wizard behind the altar with the tools of the art, right? Air, Athame, earth, pentacle, the watery cup, the chalice of life, and the fiery wand of energy. Any opinions on my situation? Yeah, so though, you said it wasn't unrequited, but you said that at some point in the chat. Let me scroll back. Yeah, so with that in mind, yeah, I'm not sure how else to advise unless you have a specific question, dear Shreya. And just let me know. Let me know. And I do have something else that I'd like to bring forward at this time to give my voice just a little break from talking. I can go 20-30 minutes at a time, but anything beyond that, I start to tucker out a bit. We are going to play a little bit of the video here. On Chaos Magic. This isn't a long one. It's just a brief intro by Dr. Angela Puka from Angela's Symposium. So with no further ado, let me bring her on while I take a quick bathroom break. This video is 12 minutes long, but I'll probably only let it play 5 to 10, and I'll come back in somewhere around the halfway point to pick things up and do a little bit of a breakdown. But yeah, enjoy it, guys. I'll be right back.
Kia and Gnosis. Are these the core practices in chaos magic? Stay tuned to discover the key practical tools of a chaos magician. Hello everyone, I'm Angela and welcome to my symposium. I'm a university lecturer and a doctoral researcher, and this is your online resource for the academic study of magic and magic practicing religions and traditions. In this video, I will cover the key practical elements of chaos magic. As the academic research on the topic is still limited, my source for this video's content will mainly be Chapter 3 of the doctoral dissertation on chaos magic in Britain by Justin Woodman. However, it's worth mentioning that the material contained in this video will also be in accordance with my field experience, with the mentioned primary sources and the scholarship referenced in Woodman. As mentioned in a previous video on the philosophical underpinning to chaos magic, this magical tradition is one which focuses primarily on getting results and experiments with different means in order to achieve the intended goal through magic. It is hence not surprising that we find practices borrowed and re-elaborated from different traditions and religions. This is not exclusive to chaos magicians. In fact, the same trend can be found across different contemporary traditions and religions practicing magic, including paganism and shamanism. However, in chaos magic, this mixture of practices is held together and reshaped by a relativistic, antinomian, utilitarian, and individually tailored ethos. As a result, the magical techniques employed by chaos magicians are ingrained within a worldview where human consciousness is the only source of meaning, and yet it only exists as a phenomenological process, bearing no predetermined essence, nor an intrinsic ontological nature. For chaos magicians, there are three main sources of knowledge: books or textual material, teachings from other peers or teachers, and of course, personal experience. The textual material appears to be a significant source of inspiration, especially those authored by Aleister Crowley, Peter J. Carroll, Austin Osman Spare, Kenneth Grant, Phil Hine, and Ray Sherwin. The Liber Null and Psychonaut by Peter J. Carroll is possibly the most inspirational of them all. And this appears to be especially true for Chaos Magician in relation to its first chapter, called Liber MMM, which stands for Magic, Mind Control and Metamorphosis. This document is centered around the idea of overcoming mental conditioning, which come from one's personal experience and external inputs. In order to be successful at magic, Peter Carroll deems necessary to control the mind in order to bring the metamorphosis about. The key techniques listed in the Liber MMM aimed at achieving such a goal are motionless posture, breath control, and no mind, no thinking. These are techniques which are also found in yoga and were mentioned by Aleister Crowley too in his well-known book on magic. The idea here is to quell the mind, body and physical sensations, to get to a state where the magician exits the conventional reality to enter a meta-reality, the matrix whereby the
Yeah, we're going to get into that a little bit. So the way we'll approach it here on the 100-day challenge, Pathways of Magic, are basically for the system of internal alchemy is you're going to want to sit for a few moments. It could be any amount of time that you're comfortable with. You want to probably shoot for a minimum of like 3 minutes of quiet sitting each day. And so the first focus of the Golden Light meditation is going to be 33 days of just focusing on posture. So imagine like 3 minutes a day for 33 days. That's 1/3 of the 100-day challenge. And just focus on posture. keeping everything rounded. Don't worry about the breath. Just do some natural rhythmic breathing, keeping the posture upright. A disciplined focus of a certain period of time on just putting your focus, your attentive, critical factor on keeping the body in good posture. Then we'll move on to the breath. Do 33 days of focus. You might want to double it. Go from 3 minutes to 6 minutes. Spend 3 minutes each day keeping that posture in line, and then do 3 minutes of focusing on deep breathing, invigorating all the way down to the lower dantian, which is, just 2 to 3 finger widths below and 2 to 3 finger widths inward from the belly button, from the navel. And do various, you can research various types of breathing techniques, so on and so forth. So first the body, then the spirit, or the breath or spirit, right? The gnosis. And then third, the mind. So 33 days of focusing on certain aspects of the mind, which we'll get into. We don't need to get that far into it right now. You can pick up the document at buymeacoffee.com. I got a little meditation document on there I'm going to be using in the course. So it's going to be 100 days in 33-day cycles, right? The first third or first dantian, the second third, and then the third third, of course. I like to call it the tyranny of turds, right? The tyranny of turds. So a theory of thirds. All right, lots of third divisions, mother and father and child. The yin yang splits into yin and yang, and then the scintillating aspect of transmutation between them, right? We have lots of different trinities that will apply in this study. Above and below with the center axis. And there'll be a variety of axioms and different things to employ as we go through it. I'd like to get back to what she said, though, the chaos magic
in
system.
Yoga, and were mentioned by Aleister Crowley too in his well-known book on
Go a little further back.
listed in the Liber MMM, aimed at achieving such a goal are motionless posture.
Okay, so here's where she's getting into them. Motionless posture. Now, honestly, in my system, I wouldn't necessarily recommend entirely motionless posture. You should strive more for natural rhythmic posture. And if you feel a bit of swaying side to side or front and back, a little rotation of the head, living things in growth tend to stay in motion. Now, there are two aspects. Considering the Chinese yin-yang symbol, we've got the above and below, and they oscillate and balance each other. We've got the left and the right, the forward and backward, the inward and outward, the light and dark, man and woman. All of these things oscillate with each other. Now, when we take into consideration motion and stillness, they both embrace each other. So when we practice martial arts and we do Tai Chi, for example, or moving Qigong, then we have stillness and motion. So we have a center of stillness within the spirit as we animate and move the body through movement arts. And then the exact opposite holds true when you do meditation, when you're seated in guided inward directing of chi, right, along the microcosmic orbit, the small orbit within the body, or the larger orbit within the cosmos. Then, though the body is still, the spirit is in motion, right? So then you have movement within stillness. So we have stillness within movement on the one hand, and then movement within stillness on the other. And in the traditional esoteric Taoist system, these two go hand in hand, right? They're like coordinating factors. They balance each other. Typically, we seal up the practice with what are called the head and tail of the dragon. So you do meditation before and after your movement arts. So if your movement arts include, like Tai Chi or martial arts of any kind, or musical practice of some kind, or dance, or just doing housework or something like that, then those movements, the body of the dragon, as it were, should be predicated and anteceded by meditation. So if I'm going to be doing a session of 5 element qigong, for example, then I'll do the meditation before for a few moments, just a couple of minutes or 3 minutes, 3 to 5 minutes is rational and enough to center and gather the chi for the task at hand. Then I'll do the 5 element qigong, which takes anywhere from 20 to 25 minutes to complete. And then I'll sit back down and do a cooling down session of another 5 to 10 minutes of meditation, or again, make it as approachable and appropriate as it is for each and every individual, because the first hurdle that you want to overcome is consistent practice. And if you make it too grueling, if you say, I'm going to do 30 minutes of this or 30 minutes of that every day, then you're never going to fucking do it. Because for most people, your mind can't overcome that task. So if you say, hey, 3 to 5 minutes every day at the same time, I'm going to do that until I've done, 10, 15, 20, 30, 100 days of that type of practice, then it's easy for you to do. Who doesn't have 2 to 3 minutes a day to practice meditation and start with disciplining the body, then move on after, a month or so, 6 weeks, to disciplining the breath in coordination with the body. And then after that, doing that for 5 to 6 weeks, moving on to disciplining the mind in coordination with disciplined breath, in coordination with a disciplined body, right? Then when you get to the end of the 100-day challenge, you're like, fuck, you have a complete package. You know how to master mind, breath, and body in one complete unison. And that's really what it's all about, man. That's what the 100-day challenge is all about. I'm glad y'all good-looking sexy people are doing well out there in Happy Land. Again, welcome to the show, TML. If you want to jump up here and chat a little bit about this with me, feel more than free to do so. If not, guys, TML is in the house, and I have a nice little blurb I put together here for his show, so definitely check him out. And I'll intersect Angela's little lecture here because she's always there for us. We've got her. You can keep her on the back burner for just a second as we run the TML ad one time, if I can find it. God, where did I hide it? There it is there. So guys, with no further ado, this is what goes on over at the Machine Lies. Good magic, really. Got to drop that and then add that.
The lies of the machine on the machine that lies. Basically, on the stream, The Machine Lies, we're taking a very critical look at technology. So the reason we're doing that is because we're looking at the medium that is used to communicate, right, and transmit information, right? We don't think that any form of mediation is neutral, right, but it's laden with values. And so I think that the well has been polluted by technology. So obviously we take a critical look at technology, right? Okay, we're looking at different concepts in relation to technology, right? In terms of philosophy, right? And in terms of religion. Now, that is one of the main purposes of the show, is that we really look at where technology and religion, science, and spirituality, where those things intersect, right? Because there's a crisis of the modern world in which there's a majority of the modern world is religious people. Their mindset is secular, and the means they employ are secular. We're living in a post-liberal, post-human, post-geological age, right? So we're talking about the death of liberalism, the rise of the world technological system. Now, we do think that, okay, there's a considerable level of externalization of the ego, okay, and mediation of ourselves through the means we employ. So obviously, we shape tools, but the tools we use shape us, right? So that's one of the main things we're trying to get across on the show, is how technology changes human psychology. If you question the means you employ and what the objective factors of power are in our age, right, then that's the most important question you can ask, right? That's the most critical stance you could actually take, right? Like most people don't question, you know, how or what means they use to question, to ask the question itself, right? So we're actually taking a critical look at technology, right, as a primary form of communication, as an objective factor of power in our age, right? And we think that basically we're assuming that a lot of the stuff that we see through this medium is totally made up, right? Fabricated. And that is based on the fact that it is artifice. It's produced by a machine, right? So we talk about the lies of the machine on the machine that lies.
Yeah, that's good stuff. That's good magic. That's TML right there, guys. So he was just here, stopping by to say hello. Again, the link is in the chat, guys. If anybody wants to pop in and say hello. With no further ado, let's get back to Angela Puka's presentation on chaos magic.
And no mind, no thinking. These are techniques which are also found in yoga and were the key techniques listed in the Liber MMM aimed at achieving such a goal are motionless posture,
Are we still connected on the internet? We may or may not be. Greetings and welcome back, Wayfarer. Machine lies. Is this legit, the real deal, or what's going on here?
It seemed like we're connected, or they could hear us, or. But yeah, blessings.
Okay, we're still going. Okay, good. Blessings.
Yeah,
welcome.
but I can't see the video on the screen, so.
Okay, yeah, I can't either. I'm wondering why that is.
Yeah.
Let me drop it.
Yeah, you might have to reload the video. It says
Yeah,
the video crashes out inside the StreamYard, if you remember what place you were at.
Yeah, I can remember. Good magic though. No, let's go ahead and get right down to business. Welcome, TML, man. I think this is the first time. Is this the first time you've ever come over here to the old Frank Monday channel?
Yeah, perhaps, yeah. Yeah, because I've been going less on panels. So so usually I'll go on my friends' panels, and that's pretty much it. So I'll go on Twilight Son of Lilith, I'll go on Unseen Warfare, I'll go on Neurojack. And not too many people watch those shows, right? So, right, we just kind of talk to each other, right? So it is what it is, right? So I just
that's funny.
So usually I just go on the people's shows that watch my show. Yeah.
Oh, okay. I believe that I am subbed to Twilight, but I never seem to get his notifications. And now that you mentioned it, I need to double check and see why. Because some people are shadowed, like for the longest time. TML,
they're all shadowed. Yeah, they're all shadowed. Yeah, Twilight, Neurojack, and Unseen, I could faithfully say they're all shadow banned, right? So it's because of the types of subjects, right?
Right. So was your channel for the longest time, like until I subbed Cyber Caliphate and then started bringing them up simultaneously. Like only Cyber Caliphate would appear. TML never appeared, so I'd have to go over there first and then click on your link to get to the Machine Lies.
Yeah, that's why we made that. Right? It's the only reason we made an alternative channel.
Yeah, you got to circumvent them. You got to get around somehow.
We're thoroughly shadow banned. Yeah. Yeah, I know. Yeah. Well, we put the controversial subjects up front, so it is what it is, right?
Yeah, that's right. It's a fact. You're over the target when they're fucking keeping anyone and everyone from you and just totally trying to dig you into a hole.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, but this whole stillness and motion and stillness, I'm rocking.
Yeah, go ahead with that.
Yeah, I'm rocking with that. Yeah, the motion in stillness I compared to Dragonfly. Stillness and motion is like Sagittarius, right?
Mm. Wow, that's really good. Yeah, to contemplate the dragonfly for just a moment. Um, the dragonfly is a very, I believe, spiritually connected creature with us in some way, because at three different funerals, I've had encounters from dragonflies. And I could tell you about the first one, when I was 19 and my mother's mother passed away, and we went to her uh, funeral and the burial, and there were many dragonflies around us, and I was deep in my kung fu at that time. And I told everyone gathered, everyone was there, her daughters and other people associated with my mother's family and so on. And I said, if there is spirit, and I believe there truly is, then there's no reason why at this magical moment a dragonfly shouldn't happen to land upon my finger. And I stood up and I reached out my arm, and bam, one landed right on my finger. And I pulled that motherfucker in. It was a really big dragonfly. And I looked right in its eyes. And at that moment, everything shattered. Like I saw the shining trapezohedron and all of the reflections in, I forget the Hindu goddess's name that has the pearls that shine all of the reflections of. Anyways, and I realized that we were in the labyrinth of shattered mirrors, and my grandmother's voice directly communicated with me via the dragonfly, and I experienced time dilation and all of that. And now that you say that, it brings back that memory, and how you're right. They have absolute complete control over motionless action. Like they are the epitome of stillness and motion. Wow, what a thing. What a wonderful thing to bring forward. Thank you for that, TML. And what was
Yeah,
the other one you mentioned?
yeah, I think I saw that one day when I was tripping. They're talking about Indra's net.
Indra's Net. Indra's
Yeah,
Net. That's it. You're right. That's
yeah,
the one.
yeah. The other one is Sagittarius, right?
Okay. My
Yeah,
brother was a Sagittar. He really exhibited that energy. And,
yeah,
he passed away during COVID under the old jibber jab at 40, 46, 47. What a thing, right?
yeah, yeah. Because his legs are moving, but he's still, right. So the body's moving, but the head is still, right. So it's
Yeah.
just
He's poised. He's ready to strike, holding all things in abeyance, deferring judgment. And that's a good thing too. Like that's what I've noticed from some of you guys out here. Like not very many. Definitely, you and then some others display it at some points in their transmission, but it's always what I've been looking for, in these style of interactions. And you exhibit it honestly to the highest level. Like in your transmission, you only do 2 shows a week, right? Like Tuesdays and Thursdays, I believe.
Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and Saturday. So it's a little bit of a weird schedule, but yeah.
Okay, and one of those is like a music show, right?
No, the music shows are irregular, right?
Okay.
So they just sort of pop up. Usually on Thursday, right? Because so we have a music show. I'm sometimes trying to do a reading show on Friday night. So on Friday night, for people who don't want to go to any parties and enjoy their solitude, they can sit there and hear some words right, and reflections. But yeah, in terms of in terms of this whole thing, it's interesting. The experience online.
Yeah, it's good magic. I mean, folks I've heard it referred to just recently. I believe it was on over in Talcadia. Someone said DEX, an acronym
Yeah, digital
representing.
experience, exactly.
Okay, that was the
Digital
first
experience, yeah.
that was the first I had heard that today. What is what's your assessment? I kind of know you're a little bit about where you're going towards your direct message, but what about these the DEX as they call it? What are your thoughts there?
Well, I think it's mimetic complexity, right? And I think, I spell it out pretty clearly. I think mimetic complexity is ontological death, right? So, it's because it hacks our ability to use symbols, right? So, symbols are obviously primary to language, and the iconicity of symbols is more powerful than speech is, right? So what we're experiencing is morphing, right, of words, right? We're not able to communicate, right? And that's because, symbols are imposed onto those words, and they're hijacking the meaning of those words, right? So I think it's a deadly game, right? I think the more people engage in it and don't have awareness of what they're engaging in, right, the more they're being overshadowed, right? So this is a problem, right? So I think there's a dual issue that I always talk about, right? And that's isolation and interconnectedness, to put in the most blunt terminology, right? To connect it to interpersonal psychology, right? And yeah, it's like, we're all, as I say, if everyone's talking at the same time, sure, you're being heard by more people, but what you're saying is being heard less, right? So
Yeah, and you really brought to the forefront like my original impetus for getting into this. It's like I was experiencing some isolation due to the fact of my location and lockdown and all of that. And then at the same time, my own native language, I had spent the last 2 decades even avoiding trying to speak. Like I wanted to immerse myself so much in a foreign culture to kind of wash out the programming and indoctrination of my youth with this new thing or other thing, right? This neophiliism, as it were. And at the same time, it brought me further and further away from like my roots. And Lao Tzu warns of this. He says, the further you go, the less you know. And if you really want to know truth, right, return to the root and know thyself. And so that's what brought me into this this space, as the kids call it, and reaching out, extending my feelers, seeing who was out there. And many of these spaces seem to be extremely violent and negative. And it's like, yours is one of the only sanctuaries that I know that is there truly for learning and like fellowship. And again, when I was on your show, I think I spontaneously called it the Invisible College, right? And it's a meeting of the minds that supersedes any of these other things that are going on. So obviously it's going to be banned. That's not going to be something that they're going to allow for mass consumption. But the other low ground that I did find was Talcadia, and our ability to at least cross paths there.
Yes,
and
me too. Yeah, me too. Yeah.
Yeah, that may
I
have
love that
been.
place. I love his style, right? But you know, I think a lot of people will go along to get along, right? And this is a lot of the issues, right? Is that they notice the numbers, right? They can't deny the support of the numbers, right? So they will succumb to the drama loop, right? So this is the huge issue, right? Is and of course this applies to Taoism and the whole Sagittarius issue, right? Because it's the bending of the bow, right? It's you want to overcompensate for the use of the tool, right? So you have to aim higher, right? So there's all this mechanics, right? So it's how the body relates to mechanics, right? And it's a process that I like to call externalization of the ego, right? Where I say, that technology is involved in externalization of the ego, right? And that's involved in the foggy somatic detachment and the mediation of our, sort of personalities through the tools we use, right?
Yeah, and we get a very stark and forthright warning from Lao Tzu in that. He says when you overutilize those tools, they will certainly snap. And when you over sharpen the sword, it easily becomes dulled. And people engage in these debates and over intellectualization of ideas and endless skepticism and endless opining. And it brings us, again, like me, having moved away from the West and into the East, it brings us further and further from center.
Yeah. That's why I just turned flow state off. This is too skeptical.
Yeah, that's funny. There are certainly some of them that I've never returned to. Like I've dipped my toe back and forth with the Insanity Machine and Queen Stephanie, just because, like, I don't know, there's some sort of madness there, like some dank sewage that's almost.
Oh yeah, yeah. I've overly watched the people that have had a negative, who I've had a negative interaction with, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I've watched them, so yeah, I've tried to understand. The only
Right.
person I've not really watched is Landry, because I find him intolerable, right? I find just his presentation style intolerable, right? So yeah, I mean, I have nothing. Yeah, but as far as I can tell, there's nothing wrong with him, right? But yeah,
Yeah, I don't know if I'd necessarily go that far. I'd say there's a lot wrong with him. But
well, I just don't know him that well. But,
no, I don't either. And I'm the same as you. Like with Flow State a couple of times, and then I turned off because it's just way too much like chaos. But with like Landry, he's trying to hold down a tighter ship, and I went over there a few times. But like the overt revelation of his direct agenda, which he thought was so covert and hidden, seemed to me such a low ploy. And I thought, is Jack somehow in on it? And did he do this as a kind of stepping stone to build him up, or what's going on? And I thought, it's not even fucking worth thinking about. It's beyond me. I mean, I'm not going to waste any time with it.
Jack either is involved or not. And then even if he is or not, that doesn't mean that some of these other people, that routinely come around and they've had volatile interactions with, right? Like Steven, Snafu, Illumitami, and also Rose 777, right? So there's been sort of flippers, right? They've flipped so many times, right? And I don't blame any of those 4 people I mentioned personally, right? But it's just that they've spurred negative interactions with people either or in an attempt to do cloud sharky behavior, try to steal other people's audiences or promote other content, right? So they've engaged in building alliances, trying to tear down other groups online, right? So a lot of people, that surround that arena, right? They seem to be involved in that, and that is just a lot of, right, the amount of planning and calculation that they have to do, watching everybody else's content and organizing in their little groups, right, to manufacture basically content, right, with these improv shows, right, because it's kind of like improv, right? And a lot of the people on these shows are like ex-military or like failed actors or something like that.
Yeah.
So you get the picture. It's like, it seemed like close-knit group of people, right? So it's like, well, we can engage in this, or we can just present primary sources and try to explain them to the best of our ability, and we'll grow, and people that are with us will grow, even if there are few people, right? And
well, here's what I think is going on secretly as well. This is basically like Hollywood B-roll, and so these
are Hollywood rejects, like old washed up, Hollywood rejects that were honeypotted along the way, and now they're being used by ex-military people. That's what I see, right?
Right, and a lot of military, or a lot of Hollywood is military too, because they have the discipline to stick to schedules and fulfill those roles which are allotted. Like I've worked some in film, and I worked as a production manager on a couple of fairly decent pieces. And in fact, one of the guys that I coordinate a lot with, he's got like 30K, 34, 35K subs here on YouTube. But Troy's team, I'll go ahead and name drop him because I don't mind. But special forces, military training, all of that, like at a grassroots level, is their kind of bread and butter. And then like running overt psyops, like they're not even secretive about it behind the scenes. Like they talk openly about like, here's our objective, here's what we want to achieve.
That's a main thing now, is that the psyops have become open, right? And this could parallel what has happened in occultism as well, right? That
Yeah.
I'm
Fact.
sort of
Fact.
I'm sort of the externalizing the hierarchy, or the entire game that's being played, right? So it seemed like, there's a so these two elements are heavily present online, right? The military, the occult, right? The entertainment sector, right? And a lot of them seem to be playing this double game, right? We see the recent involvement with the O9A and all the trans shooters, right? So there's all of this sort of psychological brainwashing, also preying on people who are sort of lone wolves, right, and drawing them out of certain communities, right,
Yeah,
to
and
get
see,
them to.
that's where I wanted to go with it. You kind of teased it out on your own, which I figured you might, but that's what they're doing. They've got the little here kitty type of scheme where
Yeah.
they're getting people to come out of their holes, and then they have already pre-established agendas for them. And so, yeah, continue.
Yeah, well, this is actually from MK Ultra, right? The report on the authoritarian personality, right? So it's like, these brain types, and it's these cognitive maps, and obviously it's an extension of behavioral psychology, right?
And even like in Talcadia, he's pretty overt about it. He said he's done psychological training, he's attended NLP courses. I've done those things as well. And one of the
actually, actually, one thing that I point out is that MK Ultra is a cross section, between behavioral psychology, right? On the one end, postmodern philosophy on the other end, right, and also cybernetics. So all this NLP stuff is very relevant.
That was the other thing that had arisen in the back of my mind as you spoke, and I wanted to bring forward, was that in some way all these B-roll actors out here teasing out other actors and players to maybe participate in individual events that they want to stage. But the other thing is that they're skimming the cream of the crop with their algorithms, and then they're regurgitating it into their own system in order to benefit from it. Like I told you just the other day, several times, in fact, I had heard TML words comes out with no citation whatsoever. And I was like, wait a goddamn minute. I've been paying attention long enough that I know that's a TML original synthesized in real time from his own researches and understanding. And here you are just reiterating it like words on a script. And so how does that happen? Absolutely, there has to be some function that is doing that.
Yeah, well, the AI, I think, is aware of our content, right? So when people plug in these ideas into the AI tools, right, so many people may not recognize, right, some of our research, right? But comparatively, if you analyze words and statements per minute, right, and you're looking at videos for that type of content, right, and a machine analyzes words per minute, right, of a certain subject, right, then they'll see that our content is superior, right, than others, right, because it deals more deeply with certain subject matter, right, than even the most professional funded presentations, right, by the top groups, right? So
right. Beyond compare, because I've done it all. Like I've been in the professional field in academia for close to 30 years now, and I've listened to so many things, like constant audiobook transmissions and lectures from the Learning Company and all types of various other sources like Learning Strategies Incorporated out of Minneapolis. And I think that this is the kind of the apex as to where this thing is going. That imagine in a circumstance like your own, you might do an 8 to 10 or maybe even 12-hour transmission where you read and synthesize and read and synthesize. And then there are moments I'll be listening at work, man. I'm not going to deny it. I listen to your show as often as I can. And there will be a coalescence, a crystallization of a unique individual, like intellectual property that you discover and invent with your guests. And then absolutely, like I said, the cream of the crop is what I hear reiterated from others in the fields. And it's like, well, how did you guys come about that? I saw how he did it, but they don't, and they're not.
But that's
because
the point, though. It's like
they're skimming
once
it. They're skimming it.
Yeah, but there's certain ideas that can't be used for evil, and that's the goal, right? So if we have ideas that can be twisted and turned and then applied by people who are of bad conscience, right, then maybe those are not useful ideas, right? We need ideas that only those of a pure heart can access, right? And this is the thing: we have to create ideas that cannot be manipulated that way, right? So this is part and parcel of tidying up our speech and refining our words and clearing our intentions as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Like the 100-day challenge that I'm launching into right now is all about that. Like we have 3 primary factors of control or exigence, as it were, within our body, and they are our thoughts and how our thoughts become words and how those words spur us to action, right? And so for me personally, like I call upon the Lord on high, right? God Almighty, whether it be Allah or Yahweh or however you want to word it, Jesus in some languages, right? That I defer and obey and wait until I can proactively utilize that 3-dimensional expression of my intent through thought to word and action, so that whatever I do can be the most beneficial for everyone in all directions and dimensions and times. Like I remember when I was recently, I told you about the funeral of my grandmother on my mother's side, but I went to make obeisances to my father and brother and mother, all who, jibber jabbed up and just like disappeared from this realm from 2020 to 2025.
Yeah, I'm sorry to hear that, my friend.
Yeah, no, it is what it is, right? 5 people disappeared from this realm, and each one, as they passed, except for the last, came to me in Dreamland and spoke to me of messages, which, I could expound upon.
That happened to me as well.
Right.
Right the day when my grandmother died, I saw her in a dream.
Yeah, good magic.
Wild stuff. Yeah, but please tell. Yeah.
It shows that permeance beyond like this prime material plane. That, I mean, if we want to go back to Socrates, Plato, and Aristotle, that there's some sort of preforms or pre-luminescent, the heavenly kingdom. I mean, it's what it's all about, right?
Yeah, actually, that Phaedo, by Plato, I highly recommend that work. It's Socrates on his deathbed, and he's having a dialogue with his students, and he's talking to them about the soul after death. So it's wild.
Yeah, my father, on the last 3 days of his deathbed, he said that Socrates and Jesus were both standing before him, and there was someone else who said that as well. I think it was maybe Carl Jung. And here's the craziest fucking thing. Like, for the longest time, I've been over here in China for a long time, where spirituality is verboten and taboo. And if you speak of it, you can even lose your job. I've lost 1 job for professing faith in God. And it was a really interesting conversation. The administrative affairs girl came forward and she said, I heard you've been talking about spirituality and religion in your class. And she said, straightforward, yes or no answer, do you believe in God? And I said no. And she said, okay. And then I said, but wait, she was about to leave. I said, I know God. And I got into that whole conversation. Yeah, and that fucked me off. I lost a pretty lucrative job that was very easy, and only a fool gives up an easy job for a hard one. And so yeah, but it put me back in the field looking for another job. And I thought, yeah, you can't fucking lie, right? What are you going to do? You can't lie ever. I mean, if it's to protect a silly little job or whatever. So, and then it was much later on that the internet brought that back to me and said, hey, Carl Jung said that when he was 80, and they showed the black and white video. And I thought, yeah, that's something. That is something, right? Because belief is at a shallow level. It's at a superficial level. And then as you deepen it, you have knowledge and understanding. And as you deepen that, You have instinct and reaction, things that you really ingrain in your being. And God has to be an immediate response. I mean, it doesn't have to be. If you think that you fucking descended from monkeys and just rolled around the dirt for hundreds of thousands of years, more power to you. But if you believe and know and embrace that you descended from a celestial sphere of luminous beings that give a fuck about you and care about what's going on here, and I don't know, maybe they want you to learn the lessons of life, and you're here to experience and embrace whatever it is from that point onward is unknown to some extent. And I think we are all interested in the future and development and see where it's going. Where do you think it's going?
Well, it's like how you said, it's thoughts to words to actions, right? And I think we're moving on a stage where there's been enough thoughts and words, right, that actions are driving without thoughts and words, right? So this is the issue, is as we said, life is activity, not production, right? And we are entitled to our actions, not the fruit of them, right? So this whole idea that thinking about thinking, right, or thinking cannot solve the problems that thinking has created, and being stuck on the level of thought and reflection, right, and not being able to make it out, right, or being caught in words, right, mimetic complexity, right, as I said earlier, right, then that is non-action, but it's not wu wei, it's not doing, right, but it's just not doing, right, and that's unstable reaction to what is going on, right, and that is some of the stuff, right.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And like wu wei is the way it's said in Chinese, like to do non-doing. I've thought about this non-interactive, non-intrusive method of Lao Tzu for a long time, and like it almost always plays out as the best possible upshot of what's going on. So if we refrain from interacting to the extent that we let natural events play out, then we remain like in a form of abeyance where we are protected by the, I don't know what I want to call it. Maybe in quantum physics, we might say the observer effect. We let things play out without scrutinizing them because everyone feels it. Like you feel it. I feel it. When you're under direct, like accusatory scrutiny, which is bellicose and pugnacious, and folks want to interact in a field of dichotomy where they're always trying to shake things up and just fucking yin yang everything to death, like yes, no, back and forth from light, dark, and they're really shaking up the mud. It takes things to a level of like obtuseness, like a miasma of ultimate distortion where there is no clarity towards truth. Whereas if we let things settle and we cover the desirable and do not let it directly be exposed. Like I've always thought in Western civilization, this was absolutely one of the worst things that ever happened, was the bastardization and the exploitation of the feminine element through overt sexuality, and that it disrupts and distorts the minds of young people to such an extent that it's completely intolerable. I mean, it's like listening to Landry or Snafu for a couple of hours. Not that I don't love Snafu, but
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying, right?
Oh yeah. 90% of the advertisements and the entertainment is made for women and children, right? It's an extremely strange situation. Right. So yeah, like you said, it's meant to draw out that very specific type of energy. Right.
And with that said, the overt goal is to like usurp our authority and take us off of our throne of self-cultivation and in intrinsic analysis of what is true, in fact, because it's very hard to see to begin with. And once you start to obfuscate that and make people deviate away from that, then they lose center. And the families fall into degradation and dissolution. And the Chinese, I mean, fucking criticize them as much as you want to, but at least it's one element in their society that they held on to: the extended generation and the value of the elders in the family and the cultivation of the youth in the family, and this continuity of like symboletica from ancestor to precedent, or what's the word, progeny, that they at least allow this transmission and encourage it through all means possible, right? We must continue these symbols that are beyond speech into the future to let them affect the youth and the future generations in the ways that they've proven out, time tested and honored methods, right? And one of those, funny enough, that we see constantly vilified within our society is the wanzi. In Chinese, we call it the wanzi, but in the West, it's known as the swastika. So, do you have any thoughts on that one and how the dissolution of that symbol has been evoked?
Oh yeah. Yeah, it's basically you know, well, a lot of it has to do with the Thule Society, right? And how they're twisting the Tibetan traditions, right, which are already twisting the Vajrayana, right? And then they're so it's about the shamanistic traditions of Tibet being transformed by Buddhism, right? And then the subsequent incorporation of the and the use of the swastika within Freemasonry, right? They use the six-pointed Jewish star, right, and the swastika in their traditions, right? So it was incorporated by Blavatsky through that, but for her, she was trying to make it allude to the Oriental Kabbalah, which is the Eastern traditions, which she saw as being a precursor to those Egyptian or Hermetic traditions, right? So, so I think she was trying to make the point, and this is seen within her entire scheme, that she wanted to incorporate Eastern mysticism, right, into the practices of Freemasonry. So, yeah.
Yeah, and it's fascinating too because like I've come along the same ideas through my own researches and studies, that they may have the school of the Grand Orient may have fact been a precursor to certain things. For me, like where it came in, where it clicked, was the Shang Dynasty oracle bones that were like bleached out from ox hips and tortoise shells. So are you familiar at all with that? So during the Shang Dynasty, in order, like in the Greek tradition, perhaps they were casting bones and entrails, but the Chinese would take and dry out ox bones or tortoise shells and then pour mercury into the cracks in order to form symbols. And those symbols, they believed, were
that's how the I Ching was formed, I believe.
Right, that's correct. Yeah, absolutely. And so that's where I saw like the first great manifestations of the Kabbalah, like the 1 becomes 2, the 2 becomes 3. And Lao Tzu commented on it in the Tao Te Ching, right? And then it manifests into 10,000. But there's a segmented, what's the word I'm looking for? Sequenced way of it playing out numerologically. But really, if you think about it in that manner, then it's within like splits and nodes. So it's more in how like a brain develops and grows, or amoebas reach out and connect. Then like, so I think in some way there you have to think about it upon multiple levels in order to be able to grok it. And it's funny that it was a Google or the other one that seized that term and called their AI engine Grok.
Yeah, it's interesting.
Yeah, so over and over, they're usurping the terms or the symboleticon of
Oh,
things
yes.
that we established as like a pure guidance or direction, like compass needle towards truth. And
Yes,
then
exactly. This is part and parcel of what I was just referring to, this idea of mimetic complexity, right?
yeah,
And it's a technique, right, that's being employed on a mass scale. It's what people don't realize.
well, yeah, and in a great part, like having listened to you for like I guess 6 to 8 months now, like it's in part developed my understanding at a new level of these things. So could you expound upon that a little bit? Like as they do this, like I know I've asked already, like where's it kind of guiding towards, but essentially humanity's last ditched effort, as it were. You know, in Talcadia, they want to end war and have peace, and I don't mean to discount that, but we need at an intrinsic level, a dynamic and even quantum level, we need to be able to understand this at a greater depth than just that. Those are very abstract things. So we need to reach back down into the tangible. And I know in the study of the text that you present on your channel absolutely help guide us there, because it has done that for me within just a couple of semesters of study, right? But what more might you add to that? You know, like fuck, because I feel like honestly, I just feel like fuck, I want to roll up my sleeves and go to fucking, you know, go to blows with some of these motherfuckers, because they're taking a lot from us and giving very little back. And at the same time, it's like we continue to earnestly put forward our best. And Lao Tzu would say, hey, just fucking do that. You know, the man of goodness is good to everyone. But at the same time, we need some stratagem to how do I want to word this, like to thwart the coming disaster in some way. What would be your advice in that direction?
Well, I think that, if we analyze the past, right, and as you were talking about, the throne being usurped, I think that it's especially clear, right, that this subversion, or as we present it, this drawing out of feminine energy is actually part of a sort of plan for society, right? The first plan was capitalism, right? And there in John Locke, right, we sort of see the death of the family in terms of he says, well, nature is just something where value has to be extracted from it through human labor, right? So human societies are not based on nature, right? What they're actually based on is profit, right? And the father is just a sperm donor, right? So when the kid has the ability to through labor earn his own value and maintain his own property, he doesn't need his dad anymore, right? So he wanted to overthrow this notion that you're under the tutelage of your father, who's under the tutelage of God, right? And usually there's a prince or a ruler in between, your father and God, right, who has the divine right of kings or something like that, right? So to overthrow that system, right, John Locke said, well, God gave Adam private property. He had to work for everything he had, right? And it wasn't about him creating progeny, but it was about them doing their own work for themselves and earning their own wealth, right? So John Locke created a whole new idea of man in relationship to nature, in relationship to property, and he used this to create the notion of universal rights. And so this notion of capitalism was formed at the expense of the family and the country and all of that stuff, and um, and creating man's free will. Then you have the Fabian Society, right? And they basically said, well, you can't get rid of capitalism, right? By changing the economic and political system, right? But what you have to change is the family relations, right? So they said you have to have the children belong to the state, right? So you have to get rid of the family situation, and the way you have to do this is through cultural sort of subversion, right? Through fighting against the sexual mores, right? So they wanted to create a programs for sexual liberation, right? And this was a project for the Fabian socialists, right? So they attacked the family, right? So you have capitalism and communism as attacks on the family, right? And these are to adjust man to the technological society, right? And you have the Industrial Revolution that creates a, it puts women in the workplace. So you have a drastic change in society, right? So you have technology driving politics, science, and our cultural enterprise, right? So what you really have is the death of spirituality and religion, right? So here's what we need, right? We need a spirituality that's comparable to the modern age, right? So that is what we need. We need local communities, right? Obviously, as a response to the global technological system, right? And yeah, and so those are some of the things that are missing in society, right? Is culture and religion, right? And obviously, this used to be the entire ideal of society, right? The shaman used to be the the centerpiece within society, right? And he was a combination of art and religion, right? Whereas today, right, we have politics and science and these techniques that go along with politics and science, making a hegemony over, cultural traditions and man's, internal world, right?
And I would counter that too with like overt consumerism and like
Oh, yeah.
sexual indulgence,
Oh yeah, that's part of
especially in
yeah.
Western society.
Yeah, that's part of the capitalism and Fabian thing that I was talking about, right? Because in capitalism, right, he literally said nature that's not turned into value is waste. So think of how that made people think, right? And then then you look at Annie Besant, right? And of course Blavatsky was a genius to a certain extent, right? But obviously her entire organization is involved in some pretty nefarious things. Like, for example, at the UN, right? So part of the things that Annie Besant was doing at the UN and all this type of stuff, right, is promoting the use of birth control, right? Which, we may be, we may think that this is an overall positive thing, right? But it's a extreme medical thing, right? It has effects on women's hormonal system, right? And also it's there's obviously natural forms of birth control, right, that have been shelved, because knowledge of natural plants is being superseded by the medical industry, right? So there's all of these problems, right, that they caused, right? And yeah, they wanted to create sexual liberation, right, for the women, right? And this is part and parcel of them promoting Charles Knowlton's book Fruits of Philosophy and printing out and translating copies of the Communist Manifesto and all that type of stuff.
My big question at this point, would you say that like it's had a tangible shift in the feminine counterpart and her interaction with man? Because it seems to me that it has, but I would like you to pontificate a bit more on the idea that those actions which you just mentioned that they took have like somehow again usurped and taken not only man but woman off of her throne. What do you think of that?
Oh yeah. Yeah, well, you have the feminization of males and the masculinization of females, right? And this is being done through not only psychologically, right, through the workspaces and through the public spaces, right, and all of that type of stuff, and the loss of the family and all that type of stuff, right? But yeah, it's also being done chemically and biologically through endocrine disruptors in the food and all of that type of stuff, right? So there's also a chemical castration that goes along with it, right? So there's twofold issues here, right? One is the processed food, right, and the use of pesticides and the use of household cleaners and all these endocrine disruptors, right, that end up in our food and our clothes and all that type of stuff, right? And the second problem is actually psychological issue.
Well, before you go there, I'd like to comment on the first one just momentarily. That here in China, like I saw the transition from paper currency, tangible currency, to electronic currency during the time of the lockdown. And the other thing that the 2020 lockdown brought was an implementation on a huge scale of synthetic meats. Now, don't get me wrong, they've been using these for a long time in the Buddhist temples over here for the vegetarians. And so they're mostly bean based. But when I saw like the wide scale implementation of it throughout society here in China, because I live in one of the largest cities in all of China, and China's, it's supposedly so many billion people or whatever, and Beijing is supposedly 30 million, 25 to 30 million people. But on a wide scale, like these two things, and Chinese people didn't even fucking blink. But me, like, I felt huge birth pangs over both. Like the removal of paper currency in absolute within like just a couple of weeks, like of time, like an immediate shift from being able to use money to electronic money via your phone only. And then the other one I'm telling you about is the highly processed pseudo meats. So like I would say probably 60 to 70% of all actual meat was immediately replaced with vegetable proteins. And that nearly killed me because I grew up on fucking like healthy beef and lamb and whatever, chicken, and being able to eat fresh eggs and that type of thing, and whole milk. I'm not going to deny it to you that I was a hugely protein based creature. So that transition over the last 5 years has like taken a huge toll on me. And I just wanted to bring that forward to reiterate that point that I have no offshoot. And your second, please continue, TML.
Yeah, that's insanity.
Thank you.
Insanity. And yeah, of course, you could look into just the most popular thing that people can look into is obviously the pesticides, right? And there's lots of problems with the way they are feeding corn and soy to the animals even, right? So pigs and chickens and cows are eating diets of corn and soy that are sprayed with pesticides, right? So even in the meat, right, even in the vegetables, right, even in most of the processed food either has corn or soy in it, right, that is laced with these pesticides. So the most prevalent place of endocrine disruptors that I could show you guys how to avoid, right, is stop eating the processed food. Get locally sourced food that is not sprayed with chemicals, and you can assure the process, right, and all that type of stuff is what I can highly recommend to you guys, right? So obviously get natural cleaning material and natural soap and all that type of stuff. And make sure you look at the ingredients. You don't just trust the label that says it's naturally made or whatever like that, right? Actually look at the ingredients.
And the other thing, just to add to this a little bit, like, and I can tell that you embrace this as well, is just eat less. So many people are out there gorging themselves.
Yeah, I fast Monday and Thursday, for like 24 hours. It has to be done. So this is what it is.
And in addition to that, they're over saturated themselves in these things. Whereas, we can all obviously harken back to the idea of a more wild man, where food would only be available upon the kill of a game or seasonally. And so we should embrace that a little more in thinking that, hey, you don't need to fucking eat every time you think you need to eat or every time they're programming you to eat.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah,
Yeah,
that's right.
no worries. And for like in my current example, like with the other things, the other chemicals, I've already become somewhat adapted to, in that I'm going to survive as long as I'm going to survive anyway. But the introduction of those new highly processed meats that,
Oh yeah.
I don't know, mostly are vegetable proteins, but it could be like, what are they calling it? Eat the bugs, live in the pod, right?
Right.
They could, yeah, they could be partially proteins from insects. Wow, like it was such a difficult thing for me to adapt to, that even now, like I can almost not hardly tolerate it, but I can see it immediately. Like when they put those all out, and I see all the young people just consuming them endlessly with no like understanding of what they're taking in.
Yeah, and
And
this actually relates highly to what you were talking about. A movement and stillness and movement, right? Because overconsumption, also movement, right, is depth, right? It's programmed cell depth, right? Because the more you move, the more you have to expend energy. And these packets of energy are created by the food, right? Which you have to metabolize, and the metabolization of that energy is programmed cell death, is what's causing your aging process. So it's very interesting, right?
yeah, and like when adapting to it, like I would just say we're like almost kind of like the showroom of where it's all being rolled out, and as a result, you have to even more kind of sit back from it and realize, even though they've tried to rip everything away from us and offer us very little in return, ultimately, like find ways around it, circumvent it, like you did in starting up a secondary channel and moving lateral to what it was that the obstacles that were presented. Yeah.
Yeah, and that ties to the second thing, which is a psychological manipulation, right, of the two genders. And that's happening obviously through advertisement, right, through social media, right, and the dating apps and all that type of stuff, which are disproportionately affecting women, right? So this is a huge issue, right? And men are being affected by other factors, right, such as not being leaders in the workplace, right, is psychologically disturbing. The man's persona, because man is a sort of a hunter, a farmer, a healer, or a warrior, at heart, right? But we're meant to do the same jobs as women, right? And we're being obviously pornography, right? Just as advertisements are directed towards women, pornography is directed towards men, right? And it's overtly produced, right? Okay, women are not consuming pornography, right? And men are not going and
And at a
shopping
greater
for all these products, right?
at a greater scale than men, right? There's a deeper, and that's kind of harkens back to the original question that I asked you, which is where this like Fabian socialist idea of destroying the family and ultimately the upshot, like we need to breed forth a new spirituality, and it's not going to be extremism in either direction. That will never suit like modern society. But how has this changed the aspect of the divine feminine, right? Because I think people are missing this and they're not understanding it. And there's a lot of girls out there, there's like, oh, just get fucked, and Girls Gone Wild on West Beach on Miami or LA or whatever, and they think that embracing this OnlyFans model is the way to success. Fuck, like how has that influence of the timeline, the immediate timeline, like distorted this to such an extent? I mean, because think about like in 1950s America, where it was even like it was the epitome to be a chaste type of woman and marry a single man and then support him in his endeavors to bring success to the family. Ideas, thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing is that the 1950s society was the problem, right? Because this is post-feminism, post-industrial revolution, all of these things, right? Even the use of pesticides and the growth of the suburbs and all of these forms of psychological and chemical castration, right, were actually birthed in the 1950s, right? So these were the guinea pigs, right? The boomers, as they say, right? That this psychological experiment was tried on, right? And we're seeing the results of it, right? So if we want to observe what the true impact of those changes to society were, we have to go back further, right? We have to look at the 1800s, right? Or even the 1600s, right? To observe the death of, religion and spirituality, we actually have to go back a lot further, right? And go to like something like the 1600s, right? And look at how science and philosophy were sort of making undue judgments about certain religious ideas, right? Which they presumptuously assumed that they had answers for, but 500 years later, it's like they have no answers for them, right? So it's like,
Yeah, that's fair enough. And I think essentially that's where it comes in at all times, like whether it be the past, present, or future, that we ultimately need that system of cultivation, critical thinking, whatever, intuitive grokking that brings us closer towards truth in each generation. I think Lao Tzu nailed part of it, and in that we need to order our family correctly as the deepest and most essential grain. I mean, that is essentially the self, like you guys don't fucking know this, but I've been in China for 25 years now, and I've been dealing with a Chinese gal that I met in Boston when I was in a management program. But I sought her out, and she's been chastising and railing me the entire time. And in the traditional Taoist sense, they say that in learning the self, and you have to learn your wife or, the feminine counterpart, if that's the thing you're involved in. 7 years for the body, 7 years for the mind, and 7 years for the spirit. And I'll tell you, it's taken me 20 fucking 1 years to learn my old lady and be able to get on like where we are now, a balanced ground where she's gonna do her thing, I'm gonna do my thing. We're yin and yang. We've completed each other, as it were. But and bringing forward the next generation, that's no easy thing. It's something you have to endure. That a Westerner, your average, your everyday average individual Westerner is not going to undergo that, especially in the traditional sense. Because it's too fucking difficult. It's like, it's a nightmare. It's torture,
Oh, yeah.
It's like being in prison.
Yeah, I've been married to.
And here's the thing, too. Yeah. You've done it. You've done it. And a lot of folks have gone to jail and they've come back out. But we need to bring forth and back that spirit of like Emerson or Thoreau, in that they sat time in jail and they contemplated and reflected. And now that's where we're at right now. Like me and you, both TML, we're fucking in jail, and we've already we've brought forward some good ideas. And for me, like, it's just the everyday challenge. I have to go and do that thing again. I got to do that thing that supports my family and bring forward the enrichment that's there. And then for you, like, you're doing a really good magical thing and bringing forward the new message and the new understanding is so valuable. So I don't know how much time you have this evening. For me, it's evening. For you, it may be another time, but
It's very early in the morning.
is it? Wow, yeah.
Yes.
Are you up early or down late?
I'm up early. It's 8 a.m. and yeah, we're just rocking out here. Yeah.
Yeah, good magic. Yeah, so additionally, like let's use this last the segment here to shout out the other channels that we do know and we respect. First and foremost, I've got you covered here. YouTube at the Machine Light 9534 is correct, right?
Yes. Yes, I
Yeah,
believe
and
so. Yeah.
and then you mentioned Twilight, his channel. What is his at symbol? If you
I
know it.
believe it's Twilight Sun Animism at Twilight Sun Animism. You know,
Wow, that's quite a thing. I don't even know how to spell animism. And
it's ANIMISM. So
yeah, that sounds right. It's
yeah,
correct. And
so yeah, yeah. I'm
other
supposed to
folks
be
in the
champ over here of Taylor, Michigan. So it is what it is. You mean,
yeah,
I think
and
I was like
where are you
sixth
hailing?
grade.
Where are you hailing in from at the abodes of the future?
Um,
Which part of the states do you find yourself in? East
well,
of the Rockies or west of the Rockies?
well, I'm in the Great Lakes. So so yeah, so we're near Detroit.
Yeah, that's quite a thing. That's more along the lines of down towards the nipple, right? I've been up along the left side of the teat. Like if you consider the Great Lakes like one large tit with the nipple facing downward. Yeah, I don't know if that applies or not, but I've been up along I've been up along both sides of the breast. The old milky thing there. Yeah, no. I don't know that area as well as you guys would though. Like I'm a West Coast guy. I was born and raised in Los Angeles. And in
Right.
fact, it wasn't until high school that I even knew there was anything beyond California. That's how fucking arrogant we are. Like Californians and the way they indoctrinate you, there is nothing beyond the Golden State and the Central Kingdom of California. That's what they actually called it. Like that's why I have the moniker the Central Kingdom of the Celestial Dragon. That's China.
Yeah.
Because it was referred to as the Kingdom of California. And it was always thought of as like something else beyond the United States. I think that comes into play with like the movement of the sun and following the sun and the worshipers of the sun and how like fortune tends to follow the sun's transgression over time and towards the do you know anything about that?
Yeah, the House of the Rising Sun, as they say.
Right. And how that
Like that
energy
song,
how
famous song.
yeah, the energy continues to move west like the gold rush and the drive in towards the Americas and then over here towards the east. So I just kind of followed that as necessity, as yeah, I got some visitors here in the studio. So yeah.
Nice.
Do you want to pick up the thread and talk for a bit while I take a minute to check into this, or
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
any
but-
direction you want to go? Give me a sec.
Yeah, it's wild. Yeah, we're talking about different ideas here. But yeah, yeah, it's interesting. Stillness and motion and stillness. Right. And obviously, there's a constant acceleration that's going on. I mean, in terms of the technological sphere, right? So we're being driven by external locus, right? Of movement that's not within ourselves, right? So this whole thing of losing the center, right, or falling away from the center, right, and yeah, obviously the best place to be is sort of the positionless position, right? As some of my astute, colleagues pointed out, sort of the Zen idea, right? And of course, there's this Taoist idea of doing, not doing, right? And of course, in the Tao, it says stillness is the master of movement, right? It's fascinating stuff, right? But yeah, interestingly, yeah, I wonder what Frank was saying. He said we got some guests in the studio. I thought that meant something totally different.
Yeah, do we really? Sorry, I'm back. Yeah, are you still there?
Yeah, I'm here. Yeah, but I thought you
Blessings,
said yeah, I thought you said we had some guests here. I'm not sure.
Yeah, no. Yeah, I meant that like my studio here, my like physical being, my table with my laptop, my son had come in. He knocked
Oh,
on
I
the
see.
door.
Oh, I see. Oh, okay.
Yeah. He had like some giant packages at the door that he had ordered, and he was like knocking on the door, ringing the bell and shit. And I was like, what the fuck's going on? Yeah, so that's a whole nother thing, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, good magic. Fucking TML. What a thing, right? To have you here and like be able to talk to you. I don't have material prepared. I wasn't going into this thinking that you might show up. And
It's no worries.
yeah, no, I
I
was
wasn't
just
planning on it either. I just saw you were live. I was seeing who was live, and yeah, I don't I mean, I don't know when you go live. I mean, but I don't normally see you live, so I thought I'd pop in here.
yeah, I don't like I mostly listen to shows and try to jump on panels when like it's available. And I've kind of like narrowed it down to like either you or Talcadia at this point.
Yeah. Yeah, I was watching Flow State, and it was getting very fighty. And
What
I was
was
thinking
it?
of joining that panel, and I was thinking, yeah, this is not going to be. It's either not going to end well for me or the interlocutor. So I'm just going to stay away from this panel, all right? Because they seem like they were in an antagonizing mood, right? So I knew as soon as I opened my mouth, somebody was going to try to find a problem with what I said, and then get off to the horse races. And so,
Well, yeah, and it's a thing too. Like I've gotten to some points where I think like, what would TML do, And we both got a little bit disparaged in Talcadia. Like there were, and it happened in rapid succession too. I don't know why.
yeah,
But like both me and you had gone in there with the ultimate purest intentions and got shut down and nubbed and like set aside for
set
like
aside.
lesser
Lesser
expressions. Yeah. And it
Let's
really
just face it, lesser beings.
it really fucking irritated me to some extent. Like where I wanted to roll up the sleeves and slap the motherfucker in the mouth just a little bit, not a whole lot. I wasn't gonna kill the motherfucker, but I was definitely gonna knock some teeth out. And that's a thing, like righteous fury when it occurs, it's a thing, it's a plasma. It's not me, it's you, right? That's what he always says.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. It's like, it's it's like Wednesday or Saturday, right? I'll be there as long as YouTube allows me to, right? And the thing is that I don't have a problem focusing on these people's show for an hour of that, right? And this is the thing, is like we've done that a few times, right? People have pushed us and continue to make content, right? And we focused on their material, right? And yeah, I don't think they like what we have to say, right? They get way more irritated than we are, right? So yeah, this is the problem. It's like,
yeah, and that's the thing too. Like they have to some extent, they have to feed into that thing, which is like I don't know, like some sort of worm that crawls within the underbelly and needs that the loosh.
Well, it might be targeting. So at a certain stage, when it's increases in volume, then it's good to record it, right? And just be like, well, what well, what do you guys, think is going on here, and show like a couple people, right?
Yeah, I could agree
You
with
know,
that definitely. Yeah.
yeah, and get some fresh minds to take a look at the situation, because it's pretty interesting type of dynamics, because people are connected to other groups online, right? So it could be a number of things, right? That are causing them to target you specifically, right? So this is a key thing. It becomes a sort of a, you know a interest that, one should actually look into. But yeah.
Yeah, if one has time to do so, like for me, it's a type of, and I've expressed this many times, like a peripheral thing where I am I'm just here preparing for the future so that I can interact with you guys on a more dynamic level when the time is available. But for now, like um how to mitigate that, how to express, and how to go beyond and achieve the numbers that allow a deeper level of interaction that would
Well, that's the
eh,
thing. It's a dirty game, and trying to um you know sort of see where those interactions can happen, right? So unfortunately, you do have to watch a lot of material, right? And
yeah.
then actually look and see where the positive discussions are happening, or when they're happening, or what are the topics, or or certain things, like it's been pretty hard for certainly sometimes there'll be like somebody talking about the dangers of technology or processed food or something like that, um or the loss of spirituality or culture, and I'll like to come in on those topics, right? So yeah, there's many opportunities to come in on those types of topics, right? So yeah, if you know where to look, right? So this is the thing. It's like, as you said, we only have so much time to engage, right? So
Yeah, the other thing too is like when you see like the energy usurped at such a level that you know that an individual creator such as yourself, TML, is being like usurped or scraped, and you see those things reiterated, you have to wonder, and that questions that makes an individual self-censor and back off just a little bit so that the best ideas are not necessarily presented in the
no,
public sphere.
I see it the opposite way. I see the opposite way,
Really,
because
really explain,
yeah,
please.
because my ideas are there, purposefully subversive, so that people use them, right? So you can use the ideas, but you're playing a dangerous game, right? And if you don't develop the equipment it took to think of the same thing that I thought of, right, and you try to use that idea, right, then it's fundamentally going to change the direction of your thought process, and that is what I'm trying to cause, right? So I want people to take those ideas and use them, and that they go mainstream, so that actually will be the expert on them, right? So right, so this is the thing, is like, that's when we come out of the woodwork, and once like, for example, could you imagine if Alul made it into the mainstream and everybody was talking about Jacques Ellul all of a sudden? Then we'd be the experts on Jacques Ellul, right? All of a sudden, right? Like, we've already done hundreds of hours of presentations, right? So this is the thing, is like,
That does make sense, and that accounts to like the idea of selfless service and
oh yeah, of course, yes.
yeah, doing things so that they ultimately serve the best good, and then withdrawing and not receiving credit for those things. But here's the juxtaposition that I think is somehow essential. These motherfuckers, the parasites, the rapteers that dial in on these things and bring them forward for their own benefit, is that they get immediate and like immense financial support and profit from those things. And it's like, how does
Yeah, that's the thing, is like we have ideas that cannot be used for that, right? Are you going to seriously teach Taoism to try to get profit? It literally says in the text, like, just avoid that, right? So it's like you can't twist the words of Lao Tzu and make them directed to profit gaining motives, right? So it's
Yeah, but
pretty.
that's not what I mean. They're
Yeah.
able to twist the message and the words to bring in the flow, the in-course of energy that impregnates them to give birth to vile spirits that are even
Yes, I agree.
that are even more devious in their misanthropy of like attacking us and parasitic entities. I mean, what are you going to do? So
Well,
at some
well,
point,
that's the thing.
we
Is like
we need
it's
to,
like they're the
and
ones
I
poisoning the
think
well, right?
I think that's what you're doing. I think in some way, like, and that's why you supersede me in so many ways, is that your message is also able to create like that antiseptic, that vaccination that kills them for ingesting it.
Yeah,
Whereas,
because it's like anti-philosophy, anti-capitalism, anti-socialism, anti-Western, anti-Eastern, anti-Judaism, anti-paganism. Like, how are you going to use this? Right? Like, we go anti-everything, right? So how are you going to use this? It's true. It's a truly cynical program. A truly
because yeah, but
subversive script.
that's not their upbeat, man. That's where you're missing it, I think, a little bit, because your content and your analysis of that content is dialed in, but it's the canter, the presentation, the style, and the understanding. Like, it's the level of, I don't know what sways people the most. Like in the rhetorical appeals, it's ethos, pathos, and logos, right? And logos never ultimately plays out. People don't give a fuck about that. And it's somehow balanced between like your credibility and your ability, your magnetism, your ability to move people. And so it's the cult of personality that ultimately wins out always in the end, whether it be Allah or Christ. People are following the God of the transmission somehow. And so, fuck. That's why I feel so disenfranchised when they take away what I have made or what you have made and use it for their own means. And I think on some level you must be more advanced than me, where you can include like the back door or the, I don't know how to describe it.
Well,
The
well,
fail safe.
yeah. Well, see, here's the thing: is that there's I'd like you to have solace because if what you're saying is truly good natured, right, and of service to others, right, then they can use it for their benefit, right, or they will use it for good, right, if it's amenable, as I said, right, to being
But if
twisted
they
and
use
perverted.
it to promote their nefarious means, that's my biggest conundrum.
But see, that is them promoting. That's them using, uh, means, right, towards their own ends, right, and their ends are, see, it's inconsequential to what we're trying to produce in the world, right, because we're not using what we're teaching as means. It is the product itself. Right, so
Yeah,
if you try to
you're
use it as means, you will fail.
yeah, you're right. And evil consumes evil. And ultimately, if the upshot is goodness, then it doesn't matter either way. You're right. Yeah, wow. What a revelation. Thank you for
Yeah, that's
that.
the thing. It's like if what I'm doing is good, then almost success or failure doesn't matter, right? In my opinion, right? You know.
Yeah, no, and ultimately you're right. Like, if what we do benefits in some way, then that's the ultimate upshot of it. The other things don't matter. But and the only compunction, like the only reserve, the withdrawal that I have, is that so many in this sphere as it were. They call it a space, but it's a sphere of entity that they claim to be legion, and they cry out against us again and again, and they just try to claw upon like the absolute best of what we put forward and then twist it to their own means. And they seem to be ultimately successful, at least in a temporary sense, like in an immediate sense. I just don't know how that computes. Like I have to.
Well, here's the thing: is that there is, I mean, as I described, right? Military personnel, propping up channels, right, for these failed actors and stuff, right, that they've basically selected, right, as these personalities, right, and the game that they're playing with them is, look, sell people this narrative, right, and basically what we'll do is we'll give you money, right, hundreds of dollars just to sit there and speak on the internet. Pretty good fucking deal, isn't it? Right? And they say, well, it's either that or, get back on the streets, or
work a job, right?
Yeah, get a regular job, and keep, and work your ass off and do all that stuff, right? So they think, well, this is way better, right? Now they attack us, right? People like us, right? Because they think we're trying to make hundreds of dollars to talk on the internet and not do anything per month. Right, so this is why they're attacking, right? Because they don't want their place to be gone, right? But that's not my goal. My goal when I started this was to figure out who's real and who's fake, right? So I've made very significant gains in that direction, right? I just put content out there, right, as a sort of trap, right, to see who will gravitate towards it. Right, and what material and what their response will be, negative or positive, right? And then I just sort of, tabulate that information.
Yeah, it's good magic. I've been paying attention, and I'd say, like, within this sphere, there are very few who are actually working to promote the idea of actual spiritual growth and not just the dissolution of spirit. So, as a reference, as we battle against these principalities and these energies, going forward, what would be your best advice to our chatters out there, like, to stay centered and relax and accept that somehow we need to make change in this world in which we exist, but at the same time we need to abide by fundamental principles that will bring us forward.
Yeah, I would say.
And before we go there, let me just fucking deviate into total craziness. The Frankists, the Jews, all these motherfuckers that are out there actually trying to kill us and like reduce our numbers as humanity. Well, fuck them, right? Can we not see that this overt stratagem they've brought forward is absolute dissolution? I mean, I don't know what to say about it, but I need to say this, that fuck them. How can we allow it to persist without taking some action, some thought and thinking beyond the relative sphere of the commercial life and delving into these things that really matter and fucking making awake a little bit of a shore break, as it were, to what's coming at us. I mean, fuck, it's a big thing, man. They're willing to take. They're willing to. They've already. I would say that this whole fucking Charlie K thing is the first attempt at a real like bamboozle of the CGI into your mind. I mean, it was so overtly AI generated. Like, I don't know. I want to stop there because otherwise I could get canceled, right?
Yeah. Yeah, but I mean, it's our, we've been poisoned. I mean, our body, our mind has been poisoned, and our environment has been poisoned, right? So I mean, what can we do, right? I mean, the fact is that we need to fast, right? We need to meditate, right? We need to stop consuming, right, images, right, and speeches that are false, right, and take a diet from that sort of stuff. But we also need to take a diet from fake food, fake forms of sustenance, right? And this is part of cleaning yourself inside, right? And then also cleaning the outside world, right? In terms of you know, figuring out our connections to others, right? This means reestablishing local communities, right? And our bonds with others, right? If you heard something, okay, from someone you know or someone you know knows, that's the only way it should be valuable information, right? We should reestablish local bonds, right? We should filter out information that's, brought to us by international corporations, right? And we should question large scale forms of communication, right? Then thirdly, right, um, we have to sort of sort of replant wild nature. And that means we have to sort of figure out what types of technology and what types of knowledge are useful, right? Not all technology, right? And technology functions as a cohesive system, right? So this is actually going to be, we have to reduce the use of machines and go back to simple tools, right? Because simple tools move at the speed and pace of human movement, right? They're actually, an extension of human skill, right? Unlike machines, which rely on automated processes, right? So I think all of these things are very important to cut out the artificial, right? And go back to real human interaction and connection to nature, right? And I think this is what's fundamentally missing, right? And then we can look at also underlying all of this, right? Our philosophical and spiritual juxtaposition to the modern current of what's going on around us, right? So we need a philosophical, spiritual, social, environmental, and personal, right, response, right? And if we don't respond on all these levels and respond on the level of multidisciplinary research, right, and not relying on experts that are highly specialized to deliver us their so-called revelations, right? So this is all part and parcel of what we must do to move forward, right? And these are hard challenges to the people that are out there, right? The people that use what I'm saying, right, to advance, right, into the future, they're going to be better off than those that succumb to the methods that are used against us. Right, it's obvious, right? The people that take control of the situation are the people that are going to emerge. I mean,
Yeah, I would say that like cutting out the artificial or direct opposition and unifying with the people who are willing to do that. It's really a big task. Like at an individual level here in China, there are so many automated systems now. And to give you guys in America a bit of a feel for it, like to let you understand it just a little bit, like imagine as Black Mirror. I mean, fuck. If you've watched any TML, have you watched the TV series Black Mirror?
Oh yes,
Yeah, so
yeah, I
that's
watched a
the
few episodes of that. Yeah.
okay. That's the perfected society here in China. Basically, we're at a point where everything is electrified. Your payment systems and your movement systems. And so, as long as you're maintaining the status quo within the niche that you're allocated, then you're fine. But if you deviate from that at all, then you're going to become suspect and pulled into questioning. And so, like real life experiences of that. Yeah, I don't know if I necessarily want to reveal any of those, but basically like you go to work, you do your day-to-day thing, and your social credit score based on your movements either goes up or down. um, for example, a real easy one: if I speed on the highway, then I could receive an electronic warning or ticket, and as a result, like I could either have monetary loss or credit loss or even like deactivation of my ability to drive a car. And that's already fully integrated over like an entire system from who you are, where you got your license, when you wake up, where you leave the house, your car, your plate, everything's tracked in real time across all systems. And like in the States as well, in America, you guys are already under this like new world order, this entire system of AI control. And it launched during the great lockdown of 2020. So a lot of people think that the great lockdown was just the idea of molecular control of the vax and jabbed or not jabbed. But the actual thing was during that time period, they rolled out all of the AI systems that monitor and control everything now. And so even if you think that maybe there's some time to like ward off or thwart the overriding system of assessment, it's already there and it's already been in place for what going on 5 years now, right? And so maybe you're sitting back and you're in your digital environment and you think that you still have some autonomy. Like the idea of privacy has always been a hallucination from a materialistic view, because somehow these systems have already been in place, and maybe even they created us to some extent, right? And so if you think about it that in some real sense, then I don't know how to explain it, that people's delusions must melt away, and the unseen sphere has always been here, overriding and in some sort of, I wouldn't say direct control because that would eliminate like free will, but at least observation and abeyant influence. Does that make any kind of sense to you, or have
Oh
I
yeah.
rambled too far into La La Land?
No, not really. I mean, yeah, there's this great concept in Taoism, that we don't own our creations, right? So it's kind of like, the entire knowledge game is rigged, right? And I think the whole knowledge game has to be paired with values, right? So it's like Lao Tzu says, right? We have to sort of, be critical of knowledge itself, right? And its gains and our attachment to knowledge and our desire for knowledge, right? It's an extra step. It's not just about desire, right? But it's about our relationship to what we know, right? And also being aware of our own ignorance to a certain extent. So this whole process of filtering, I think most people don't have it set up correctly, right? Where they're not evaluating knowledge, and this is because of the sort of material extension, right, of man in terms of the technology, right? So, they're not looking at the um they're not looking at the internal sense, right, of how they relate to each other, right? But they're looking at the external sense of man's creations and that guiding the entire sphere, right? So man isn't being moved from within, right? From the natural world, right? To try to connect with other people, right? Back then, right? Back in the time of the great civilizations, right? The great mystery was man himself. Right now, the mystery is the cosmos, right? And the way we explore the cosmos is through man's technology, right? So we become disconnected and dislodged from nature as a result, right?
Yeah. And so they would shift the focus, and you're right, that the greatest mystery is man himself and the transmission of the idea. Like, the only way we can really, at a human level, into anyway, is to continue this idea is through the transmission of the idea from man to man, like Symboletica. For example, I go in and I absorb, sorry, and attempt to receive your message, and then I'm able to maybe to some extent reiterate it or repeat it, and that may reach my own children, and I combine it with and synthesize it from the message that had come from my father or my mother or my grandmother. And so Kabbalah, and here's where, like, we to some extent reach loggerheads that I know in when I approach the Kabbalah in certain fields, they say, well, because that's a Jewish term and it indicates a certain set of principles, that it should be excluded. But my understanding of it is that it's an oral tradition of transmission. And so if I can continue the idea from myself to my children to my grandchildren, and this is very oriental in expression, that it can arrive at some sort of ultimate truth. And I don't know if I've added any value here, but that's my expression at this point. How might you continue it?
Oh yeah, I think in terms of the Kabbalah, the first thing it actually tells you is that the spirit and the soul are two different sort of vessels, right? So I think that this is a sort of keen insight, right? Sort of looking at the anatomy of these things and seeing how, sort of the soul is like this thing that sits on the throne of the spirit, right? So, as it says, right? So I think that's interesting, right? Because I think fundamentally, right, the spirit of life, right, that courses through all things, right, is actually, uh, fundamentally, um, you know, um, related to this thing called thoughts, right? And I think of the soul as sort of you know, our awareness of ourselves, right? Whereas the spirit is what animates everything, right? So it's like the soul is about relation to things, right? Whereas the spirit is about oneness, right? And because the soul itself relates to the spirit, right? So I find that fascinating, right?
Yeah, no, it's a good take.
Yeah, the anatomy of the soul, as it were. Right?
And the reason I brought it there is like so internal alchemy is essentially where I want to take the ultimate direction of my transmission here, and I want to invite all wayfarers to consider it from the equinox forward. Like if we take the 100-day challenge, I'll tell you a little bit about it. Is your surname Kong? TML?
Yeah. Yeah.
See, that's something I just picked up in periphery to like watching your show, and I heard folks call you that in the past, but not recently and not for a long time. And I wondered, wow, that's quite a name. Like in the Chinese language, Kong, it invokes a certain type of energy. Like recently, there were a couple of different shows that had talked about like the frequency of words, and like I know if you've studied Franz Barden, like all of the letters can appear as colors and vibrations and frequencies. And so, yeah, within like the Chinese spectrum, that's quite a powerful tone. And I won't assign any of the associated meanings with it, but I will tell you that, wow, that was quite a thing. And I had been watching your show for a long time, and I'm like, motherfucker's named Kong, King Kong. You know, it's a really powerful reverberation, like the echo back,
Right.
Yeah, from the prime material plane, and yeah, so quite a thing.
Yeah. Yeah, and that's actually how it's pronounced in the Punjabi too. It's like Konga. Right? So it's got like a hook at the end. Konga. Right? So it's actually interesting, right? So the Punjabi sort of pronunciation has sort of a lot of that clanging.
Yeah, it's good magic. And the thing I would follow up with that, like your ethnic origin or descent of like nationality, or are you mostly Arabic, Aramaic, Arabic? Is your bloodline?
No, I'm Punjabi. So
what does that mean?
That is northern Pakistani, right? So
Holy fuck. That's really close to the Gansuman, or the place where Lao Tzu passed through.
Yeah. Yeah. Also, I'm also where Bodhidharma was from. Right. As depicted in my picture, right?
Holy fuck, man. That's like where Jesus went to study his magic. According to the Chinese would claim that Lao Tzu merged west through the plains of the Gansu, and then went into the Hangulman, and that would be right about where like all of your genetic energy comes from.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. That's why we look Arab. We got like light skin, green eyes, right? So it is what it is.
Yeah, you're closer to Christ than most of these motherfuckers are, right? It's quite a thing. I mean, I just wanted to point it out because it's something that came across my attention in my studies. What a thing. Yeah. Anyways, and to further the idea, to some extent, like the the starry energy of these, what they had pointed out as the morning star or the evening star, of where the wise men followed into the transmission of the Christ consciousness, it it made a revelation that brought man closer to the understanding. And as a result, I mean, but it piggybacked from one to another. And so I think that as human beings, that's what we should endeavor to do, that we should endeavor to continue the concourse of energies towards this ultimate truth. Yeah.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, 100%. Yeah, and of course, as you already pointed out, that truth comes from within. It's not based on external means, but it's based on a sort of inner completion, right? As you said, follow the truth to the concourse of wherever it leads, right? And I think most people cannot do that, right? I think they get scared, right? So that's a problem. Is that courage is almost as important, right? And part of that courage is, knowing your own ignorance or understanding, right? That you're not going to be able to, possess what you create. As Lao Tzu says, right? So this whole idea is that you don't own your creations.
So, in the spirit of Talcadia, how Kong do you think that we can live without fear?
Yeah, I think it's got to be in terms of knowing what you're afraid of, I guess facing your fears, I guess would be the first step, if that's the direction you want to go. Right. And I like the life aspect of it, right? So it's about life affirming. Right. So instead of doing without something, right, it's more about affirmation of life. Right. So I mean, how do you live without fear? Right. Uh, um, you know, um, it's got to be something about understanding what fear is, because I don't think there's because getting rid of fear could be a bad thing, right? It could be
Yeah,
um,
absolutely.
yeah,
Might
you could
get
lose your sensors, right?
get eaten by a tiger. Fuck.
Yeah, exactly, right. You could lose your sensitivities, as they say, right? So this is the thing, is that I guess one way is don't pollute the stream, right? Don't you know take seriously what is dangerous, right? In other words, right? So here's another thing, because people unduly laugh at what they fear, right, as a sort of cope, right? And yeah, instead of facing the dangers, right, and having courage to face the dangers, right? So I mean, yeah, so there's a lot there. I mean, I mean, most people are, comfortably numb, to borrow a phrase. So this is the problem, right? Is that they've surrounded themselves with softness,
Yeah.
right? So
and to some extent, we need to be able to push beyond the veil, as it were. Like there's there's a separation between what is this relative individuated life and the absolute. And sometimes, people, they make the wrong choices. They're like, fuck it, who gives a fuck? I'm just gonna jibber jab up and fall in line. For me, for example, they had to scan my entire face in order for me to be able to continue with my job, right? And when they required the absolute like bowing of the head to the great god king Xerxes, and he said, I sit upon my throne, and ultimately you, any plebeian, must submit to me. I told them a very simple lie. All of us suffer from heart failure. Our hearts are going to fail, and if you do that to us, we will die now and in the real. So we need an exemption. And so everyone here got an exemption, and we penetrate beyond this thing. But are we? And the real question I need to ask is, are we still here? Is there a real response? Are we within a current that still exists, or have we ultimately withdrawn? And if we have ultimately withdrawn, so be it, And from that space, how do I work forward to fuck, what would I even want to do at that point? You know what I mean? Fuck, I don't know. But so many have given up and fallen along the way. And blessings to them, and blessings to everyone that decided to tune in. And yeah, it's quite a thing. I would like to thank you first and foremost for being here, TML, and bringing forth the message that ultimately humanity might not be lost. I don't know. Fuck, we're not going to end all war. Motherfuckers going to keep on killing each other. I mean, tomorrow I might go out and smack some motherfucker in the head and continue the war, right? And at the same time, I might keep it a secret, right? So there might be a state secret of old Frank Monday, Gal Cully killed someone, and but at the same time, there is more for us, and I think that's a positive message ultimately.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's like Shang Tzu, if I could reiterate a little tale, a paraphrase. It's like when he was at at this royal, like like ministers, like like a courtyard, and there's this like turtle, right? And there's these guards, right? And of course, he's like sitting in this courtyard. There's this turtle that's like, it's like covered in this glass case, and it's got all these ornaments on it, right? And it's like, you got to take the glass case off, put the turtle back in the water, right? Right, put the turtle in the mud, right? Rip the ornaments off the turtle, take the glass case off, and of course, once you do that, the people in the courtyard are going to start making a big scene, right? And of course, what's the answer? Let this turtle be a turtle and let Shang Tzu be Shang Tzu. Right? Everything has its own purpose, right? So yeah.
Yeah, it's a big deal. Thank you for that. Like, the turtle.
Authenticity.
Yeah, and here's the thing too. Like, as we move forward, the spatial dimensions are going to shift, and folks, they perceive and see things that are beyond these spaces. And I drank far too much on this evening's show. As you can tell, that's obvious to everyone listening, right?
No, it wasn't obvious to me until you said it now. So, yeah, kudos to you, my friend.
Yeah, no, I drank a bit of whiskey. I think I eliminated an entire bottle during this transmission, and it was because and don't get me wrong, it was because of the succulence of the nature of the thing, and enjoying you being here, TML, and like being able to receive that and be like, fuck, I got to throw back a couple of drinks. It was quite a thing. Yeah.
I appreciate you, man.
And I apologize for that because that's not absolutely 100% respectful, and I should have done better. But,
No,
what are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? I'm drinking the blood of Christ here,
Yeah.
And I'm a heretic, and I engaged in sacrilege and dissolution and all of that. But at the same time, I think I not only learned something but brought forward a message that was timeless. And the whole first part of it, I was sober, man. I'm like DK at this point, right? But without his without his experience and being able to handle it. And I apologize for that.
No, it's okay. Yeah.
Yeah. And I would like to give a shout out to DK. If DK has a channel, does he do anything beyond like chiming in on you occasionally? Because he's a hell of a guy.
Oh yeah, yeah. He's got a Rumble channel. He's been talking about bi-digital convergence. So
nice. Yeah. Did he get kicked off of YouTube? Is that why he's on Rumble?
No, it's just a personal choice at this point. He wants to be able to say whatever he wants. So he thinks that's very important. But of course, I think there's, I think free speech is a limited thing. I mean, it can only go so far, can only be so effective. I mean, so, I'm not too worried about it.
Yeah, it's kind of a good topic to dive into if you have a little time. I mean, we can say whatever we want, but there's going to be consequences. Like, let's take the murder of Charlie Kirk into consideration right now, right? He said whatever the fuck he wanted. He said, hey, we should have traditional families. There should be a mother and father, and we should strive towards conserving what we've already established. And supposedly, I don't know if this is true or not, maybe you can counter this, the far left fucking transvestites, transgenders, all the faggots out there that wanted to fucking kill him. There's like, I want to stuck a dick in your mouth because you said that there should be a mother and father. And it's like, fuck you and fuck that. I'm going to fuck you right up the ass with a 30-06 bullet to your neck. And supposedly that didn't work out. Was he wearing body armor, or was there some sort of situation where he wasn't actually shot by that caliber of rifle from the supposed Tyler guy that was married to a faggot, of transgender homosexual? And it's like, should I even say that? Should I go out and actively do like fag bashing and take a baseball bat, like a what are those called? The baseball bats, the ones that are the Philly strikers, the ones that are really good, the wooden ones that can bash open a faggot's head really, quite effectively, and maybe throw a little what are those called? The chainmail, the not the leather that would make it softer if you're bashing in a faggot's head, right? And should I be on board with that? Should I be like anti-faggot, anti-tran? And are these far too harsh ideas for YouTube? Does YouTube not allow free speech anymore? Am I violating TOS by saying nigger and faggot and homosexual and zipperhead? What are some of the things that I shouldn't say? TML, are you still out there? You fucking queer. Right. Is that too serious for this platform? Are we going to get deplatformed? I mean, at 9 hours in. So here's the upshot. Here's the question. Number one, I don't think he actually got shot. I don't think the motherfucker was there. I think it was all AI. What do you think about that?
Yeah. Yeah, there's a lot of proof in that direction.
Total psyop. Looked like shit. The first time I saw it, it was here on Chinese media, and it played across like the Chinese TikTok, and it looked so fucking fake, so goddamn fake. Like there was point, blam, and then like splash from red, and they said that was a 30-06, and the immediate thought I had, I've shot 30-06. I know what a 36. I know what it does. And I thought that was absolute garbage. I mean, so fuck. How can we build up from there?
Yeah, anybody who's done that, yeah.
It's the exact same gun that killed JFK, where his fucking head mushroomed. He got splattered. JFK fucking lost a third to a fourth of his head in that shot.
Yeah.
So that's very different. So what are your ideas there?
Totally fake. You know, also, now they're doing a plea bargain or plea deal, so there's not going to be any investigation into the death. You know, and all this stuff. And they
then let's take it one step back. What about Epstein? So everyone said that Pizzagate was absolute horseshit. How does Podesta and Epstein connect? And why was fucking Pizzagate so goddamn important? I mean, if you rape our children and promote it via social media, and we're talking like 20 years back now. That what was it? What was the name of that fucking pizza house?
Comet Ping Pong or whatever.
There it is there. Comet Ping Pong. Thank you, sir. And with the whole Lady Gaga and the transition of the vile baby eating fucking nefarious head witch, like how is this so open book? And at this point, everyone's not just like puking from the center of their belly. Like, why is everything so easily forgotten? That's my big question.
Yeah, I mean, part of it we're covering tonight, right? So, connection between Epstein and transhumanism, right? So, he was tied into a lot of the tech elite, and they're shifting the playing field now, right? And that's what sort of DK Spiracy is talking about on his show with the biodigital convergence, all right? And yeah, so it's pretty interesting, right? In terms of Epstein was on the cutting edge of that sort of stuff in terms of who was funding him and all that type of stuff. So yeah, it's fascinating. Fascinating connections. Yeah.
And we need to be able to get into it like availably, like without censorship, because if nothing else, that's what the American state stands for. That we should be able to openly discuss these ideas and bring them forward and reiterate them and continuously bring them forward until we receive resolution. If we don't get some kind of recompense for what has been done to us, because ultimately for each and every individual, if they're suffering and if it has been done to us at the lowest level, of Negro slave, Irish indentured servant, whatever the case may be, then we must ultimately reiterate that and acknowledge it and be aware of it. And fuck, I mean, just because these so-called comptrollers of the narrative have done such and such a thing, it should not motivate the average individual darky, as it were, you fucking Negro, to go out there and stab a white girl in the neck. Get Whitey is an overarching thing that I've heard since I was a child. And it's like, why? You have to consider that type of colorism. I mean, when have I ever been against the Negro, the dark man, the Arab, the Mongoloid? Never and never and never. And so as a result, I think the ultimate upshoot that we have to contemplate is, where's it leading, right? Where are we going with this? As a nation, as a people, as a collective.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a blame whitey or blame Jew, right, thing is deeply mistaken, because there's the occult thing, right? And if you go into the occult, right, if you go into the Jewish occult, right, they'll say Jews are whiteys. And if you go into the Western occult, they'll say whiteys are Jews, right? So it's kind of a weird mix of things, right? So people don't actually understand what's going on, right? It's about European history, and it's about Jews blaming whiteys and whiteys blaming Jews, right? And this entire history of the occult that's linked into the mystery of who's Israel and who's a Jew and what's the Kabbalah and all this type of stuff, right? So it's all mixed into that, right? So this is the thing, is like, there's certain groups that have created the narrative, that, oh, there's a secret cabal, right, of Jews, and then there's of course certain groups of leftists that have created a confusion, saying, well, it's Western colonialism that has created all of the problems in the world, right, through capitalism, right? So you have to blame Whitey because Whitey created the world system, right? But of course that's not entirely true, right? Whites are not in charge of a global system. The global system is a technological system, and it seems like, to a certain extent, nobody's in charge of it, right?
I would say fundamentally that Whitey is absolutely not in charge and never has been.
Yeah, right.
There's some sort of overarching algorithm that somehow precedes us, and that's the thing.
And precedes Western civilization, in fact, right? I mean, so this is the entire thing, right? It precedes the Greeks and the Jews and all of that stuff, right? So this is an algorithm that goes back into way back on.
Yeah, and fundamentally, that's what I would seek out. Like, that would be my biggest overarching question. Like, ultimately, what is the origin? And what should we seek as source? Should be Allah, Yahweh, Adonai. Um, in the Chinese language, they have an absolute essential like origin of the expression, and it's called Yun Shi Tianzun. And Yun means like origin, Shi means like to begin, and then Tian is heavenly, and Zun is manifestation. So to say Yahweh or Jehovah in the Chinese language is like ultimate extreme heavenly origin. And that's where I distinguish myself from, I guess I would say, the evolutionists or the Darwinian advocates that I have a heavenly origin, and I don't know, I somehow feel that is true. Would you distinguish yourself from that, TML Kong? Do you believe
Yeah,
that
totally.
ultimately, like, there is no monkeyhood in man? I
Well,
mean,
this is a fight that we'll have with Avian Buddha, right? But yeah, I'm sort of mixed in. Um, one thing I like to say is that the idea of evolution, right? It came from religious ideas, right? In the sense that there's a hierarchy of souls, right? So this was a concept that was invented by the Greeks and the Jews and all that stuff, right? So so yeah, so they coincided on that issue, right? And but fundamentally I think that evolution can only be true if something is guiding the process, right? So so there's two aspects to it, right? One is looking at it in a religious context, right? Which understanding how it originated, right? And how it was actually about quote unquote spiritual evolution, right? And then breaking down how this change happens, right? Because as I said, it's a problem of being and becoming, right? Because there is being, right? There's a stable reality, there's stable aspect of things. There's definitely a spirit to things that doesn't change, right? So where does change come from, right? What's causing change to happen? Right? It's a very interesting question, right?
yeah, absolutely. And like it, by a Taoist perspective, um, change is the only ultimate, that all things must change, and the only constant is change. And so, many people,
And yet there's oneness. Right? So this is the
yeah,
thing.
true enough. And the
So
oneness
that's the
is,
thing is it changes within.
yeah, it's an expression of like the internal change. And so as a result, like continuity in change is the one thing that we can predict. And so if we can understand let's see, what are the kids calling it these days? The kids are calling it pattern seeking, but in recent neurological studies, they've called it pattern recognition. So, how would you distinguish between pattern seeking and pattern recognition?
I think the same way between focus and changing attention between things, right?
Yeah, sure. Like in the one aspect, like we're receiving the message, and as a result, we see the pattern emerge, right? Like the as the water resides, then the stones, and as the Chinese say, the turtle emerges. But on the other hand, like as the water resides, you're looking for the turtle to emerge. So, on the one hand, it's an active, proactive type of experience where you're looking for something to happen. And on the other hand, like it just does happen and you see it. So I think to some extent, like we see the what is it? Wei wu wei or do non doing. Like just wait for it to happen and then recognize it. And then the other would be the more active principle of by engaging with it, you make it happen.
Yeah, definitely. And I think it goes to seeing uh focusing on something, right? Or sort of trying to ascertain, I mean, and sort of isolating that thing and then sort of seeing the relations between things, right? And using that strategy, right? As I say, there's intelligence, right, which defines things, and there's organization, right, which sort of understands how they fit the entire scheme, right? So is sort of linked to logic and rhetoric as well.
And here's the next section where I want to take it, if at all available, is that the essential iteration of the sound vibration in some way has an effect. So, for example, if we go a very high tone, as Queen Stephen might be want to do, right? He likes the what is it called those fish with the long beaks, dolphins, right? I'm just jerking myself off at this point, but it's a serious thing. It really is. Like somehow, some way, like Queen Stephen matters, and his dolphin Jesus. It's a thing that saved sailors. People died. They fell off of ships, and he wants to associate himself in a way that makes that real, that he was there and he was able to bring the sailors to salvation. And it's a Christ-like energy, right? And so it's that thing which would ask you, Ezekiel, Moses, Job, and Christ, within the Islamic tradition, why would they matter any more than the other? Like me, and fundamentally, this comes down to, why would their work matter more than mine or yours? And can you explain that to me? And doesn't even matter.
Yeah, I think like, you know, back then, right, and it's palpable today, right, that that they released a lot of information, right? So what was there at the time of the prophet, right? Muhammad, right, is the same information that we have on the table now, right, to a certain extent, right? Meaning that at the time of the prophet Muhammad, right, they believed that there's a guy named Jesus, right, and that they came from Adam, right, and that all of this had transpired, right? So what the prophet Muhammad taught them, right, was that even though he's a prophet, he's not any higher than any average person, right? That he's not in a higher status, that he makes mistakes, that it's not his message to deliver, right? That it's God's message, right? In fact, if he doesn't deliver it, that God will destroy him. If the Muslims don't follow God, that God will destroy the Muslims, just as he destroyed the Jews, right? So there's all of these questions, right? Fundamentally, right, where, you know, to honor, right, the prophets, right, and also all religious or spiritual teachers, right, because they could be sent by God, right? So I mean, according to Islam, right, yeah, veneration sort of goes both ways, right? It goes to all of the prophets that have existed in history, and that the prophet himself didn't consider himself higher than an average person, and also that there are no more prophets, right? That it's done, right? So
Yeah.
to,
So
to get
I
up and
wanted,
consider yourself a prophet is madness, right? But yeah.
well, I want to be a little bit pointed at this point, and I want to ask you directly, like, could with this as like an upshot and somehow a result, could you stand upon your own, Kong, TML, and approach the kingdom of God without Christ and justify yourself as a man within the spirit? And ultimately, here's the thing. Fuck, I didn't actually think about this as I went into it. I did, but I have my entire life. As you humble yourself in the presence of the one great God, could you receive absolution and entry without the Christ Spirit, period, as a man? Forthright?
Well, I mean, I'm a Muslim, so I don't know if we don't necessarily. No, we just believe that the Spirit of God moves through all things, even through Christ, right? So, so, and I think Christ himself spoke to such things, right?
Yeah, so ultimately, like, yeah, and the way you encoded it, what a rebuttal! Like, yeah, it makes it ultimately make no sense that without that thing which is, and the ultimate truth that we must move forward regardless. But still, my question stands, and I must push again, because I've been there and I've stood within the gates of the kingdom, and I always ask, without you, Lord, may I enter upon this thing which is and ultimately must be. And the the resulting answer is you're already fucking here, right? So it's a it's what is it? It's a paradox. It's something which
Yeah, I've been saying that the earth is a sister of heaven.
say again.
That the earth is a sister of heaven. This is something I've been saying.
And absolutely it must be. Can we enter into the timeless homeland without the Christ spirit? And it's like, how can you even know the timeless homeland without the Christ spirit? That's a great conundrum. And it's what's always baffled me. Like, ultimately, which makes no sense to me when I contemplate like the teaching and the indoctrination, like you must or must not. And it's like that's not the way it plays forward. Ultimately, it doesn't play forward that way. Just does not.
Well, I mean, the prophet said that there's a prostitute, right, who basically committed many sins, right? Obviously committed adultery, right? But the fact is that she saw a starving dog. She took off her slipper. She filled her slipper with water, and she let the starving dog, who's dying of thirst, drink water out of her slipper. And for this, God forgave all of her sins. So why do we need to know anything, right?
Yeah, it's a fact. But at some level,
Did that woman that was sitting at the well in Samaria know anything before? Before Christ told her to drink. I mean, it's just, you know.
at some level though, we need to at a human level we need to intellectualize it and understand it, and then divide it and discern it and figure out some way that we can push all of humanity forward into what, a box, a collective trap. Wow, the devil is within me. What a thing, huh? Yeah, to discover that. And so ultimately, um,
Yeah, God and the devil within us. Yeah, for
yeah.
sure.
So where do we take it for the next level? Like, how do we move the idea forward and continue to transmit?
I think it's just about, as I said, maintaining, right? Because obviously our deeds are going to be weighed on a scale, right? So whatever we produce in this world, if it's greater than the weight of a feather, right, we're going to be severely judged, right? So I mean, in terms of you know, figuring out what to do, right? I think it's better, you know, um, to comprehend, stillness and I think obviously the most powerful person in the world is the one who doesn't do anything, right? As I say, can engage in in everything while doing nothing, right? That this is awareness, right? And yeah, so I think to be firmly poised, right, is to be at this level, right? Is to just like, you know,
Yeah, sorry.
understand that things are already in motion, right? That you don't want to play into things,
Yeah,
right?
absolutely. I was choking on whiskey there.
Yeah, yeah. You want to be like, you know, um, you don't want to go along with things, right? But you do want to lodge in the usual, right? Because going along with things means speeding yourself up, right? And haste comes from, I mean, as I say, patience comes from God and haste comes from the devil, right? So this is part of the spiritual war, right?
Yeah, it's fair enough. It makes good sense too. Like, as we move forward, we need to consider like what options are offered to us by the devil.
Oh yeah, yeah. In the path of knowledge, one proceeds by incremental gain, but in the path of the Tao, one gains by relinquishing. It's fundamental, right?
Yeah. And every day in the Tao, you unlearn something, and every
Exactly.
day,
Unlearning. Exactly. Yeah.
every day in the way of the world, you acquire. And
Yes.
the thing, yeah, the thing too is, as you acquire, you lose those things which are essential to yourself, and as you relinquish, you gain things that are more essential to your nature.
Yes. Yeah. Totally.
So the big question is, as you sit there with you have an icon of Damo, which is one of the great Buddhist saints of entry into the Tao, and it gave birth to Chan Buddhism, or Zen, as people call it these days. Um, he stared upon the mountain, and as a result, like, the mountain gave birth to a new idea. So the idea is that a monk out of India came into China, and as he stood upon the Huashan mountain, he looked upon it, and it relinquished, like it his gaze penetrated it and gave birth to this great void. And how would you fill the void with I don't need to ask you that because I already know. But the void. So we're looking at this idea of the human spectrum influencing the visible, tangible sphere of our reality, and thinking forward and wondering, like, we have this great intent, this great energy with which we can affect the prime material plane, the sphere of our being. And so for wayfarers out there of all kinds, meditate, focus, bring forth your best energy, and interact with that which is, right? I mean, fuck. What else can you do?
Yeah. Exactly. Yeah. Let me read a passage here.
Yeah, please do.
Right. It says, what is implied by seeing into real nature? Right. This is from Huang Po, Transmission of Mind. Answer: the nature and your perception of it are one. You cannot use it to see something over and above itself. That nature and your hearing of it are one. You cannot use it to hear something over and above itself. If you form a concept of the true nature of anything as being visible or audible, you allow a dharma of distinction to arise. you people still conceive of mind as existing or not existing, as pure or defiled. Oh, we got this guy.
Hello. How's it going? Frank and Machine Wise, which I guess you mean the machine of the United States government.
No. But anyways, yeah, blessings. Yeah, I think I'll take off here in a little bit.
Only if you're limited in time. But
yeah, I'm a little bit limited in time. But I'm going to read this passage here.
Yeah, finish it out.
I'm sorry, I didn't see MC Nemesis enter there. It says, "You people still conceive of mind or existing or not existing as pure, defiled, as something to be studied, or the way that one studies a piece of categorical knowledge or concept. Any of these definitions is sufficient to throw you back into the endless round of birth and death. The man who perceives things always wants to identify them to get a hold of them. Those who use their minds like eyes in this way are sure to suppose that progress is a matter of stages. And if you are that kind of person, you are as far from truth as the earth is from heaven. Why this talk of seeing into your own nature? If thought succeeds thought, if you go on seeking for wisdom outside yourselves, then there's a continual process of thoughts arising, dying away, and being succeeded by others. The existence of things as separate entities and not as separate entities are both dualistic concepts. As Bodhidharma said, these are separate entities, and there are not, but at the same time, they are neither the one nor the other, for relativity is transient." Anyways, that's what that's all. Oh, I guess he left. But
yeah, homie split. The only thing I would say is that, yeah, Kong, I've lived it the entire time. Like, I embraced Taoism at such a young age, and I saw it, like, through every single fucking action to embody this and do this, which is Tao. And I know to some extent you understand that, and like my reaction to you has elicited that understanding. Obviously, right now, like I've had a fucking few drinks and I'm like DK at this point, but
yeah, blessings. Yeah, maybe I could play a song for you.
Yeah, do so. Yeah,
yeah,
good.
Yeah. Give me a second here.
And it's such a magical thing. Like, what a thing to have you here and like for this long and be able to like interact and talk. It's it's a grand fucking thing in my mind, man. And 23, like it's the 23rd here in China.
Yeah,
little China.
Yeah, little videos I made for my show. You know, yeah, this is the one I'm playing today. Yeah, so check it out. Maybe you know, when I drink a lot of alcohol, I like to, you know, enjoy some good music. You know, so yeah. You know, cheers to you, brother.
Yeah, blessings.
Yeah, I guess we can't see the video. I don't know why.
Yeah, it doesn't seem to be working.
But can you hear it?
Yeah.
Okay, nice. Yeah, blessings. I hope you enjoyed that. You're muted if you're trying to talk.
Yeah, so the upshot. Yeah, thank you for that. How are we gonna overcome this fucking thing that is this existential thing that's overcoming us? And who is this motherfucker that tried to let's see here. All right. There was one other person in the backstage.
Yeah, it's not playing the screen because you have to remove the other. It's got some other video up, so it's got the video that you were playing last up. So you had to
Okay.
remove that from the backstage, and then it'll play the video. So yeah, but it's no worries. They could still hear the music though, so it's cool.
Yeah,
It's
good
like a
enough. Good
music.
enough.
Yep.
Yeah, it's good magic.
Yeah.
Is that right? Did I remove it correctly? No. Fuck, I'm hitting all the wrong buttons. Let me see here. Yeah.
Technology and religion, science and spirituality, where those things intersect, right? Because there's a crisis of the modern world in which there's a majority of the modern world is religious people. Their mindset is secular, and the means they employ are secular. We're living in a post-liberal, post-human, post-geological age, right? So we're talking about the death of liberalism, the rise of the world technological system. Now, we do think that, okay, there's a considerable level of externalization of the ego, okay, and mediation of ourselves through the means we employ. So obviously, we shape tools, but the tools we use shape us, right? So that's one of the main things we're trying to get across on the show is how technology changes human psychology. If you question the means you employ and what the objective factors of power are in our age, right, then that's the most important question you can ask, right? That's
Yeah. So I fucked. I Can you hear me? Hello.
yeah, blessings.
Blessing. Yeah. I've gone too far, man. Too far. Too far into the abyss.
Yeah, shit's crashed out. Yeah, it is what it is. But yeah, I gotta get rolling here anyways. But yeah, StreamYard shit does that. It crashes the fuck out. So yeah, dude, I've had that experience many times. And it's crazy because you pay so much money for it. So it is what it is. But yeah.
And that's the thing too. Like a lot of folks they like even the basic like StreamYards is $50 a month, something like that, and it changes.
Right.
Sometimes they offer you like a $30 a month thing. Different people get different deals.
Yeah, it's crazy. Yeah. Yeah, but blessings, brother Frank. This is a great conversation.
No, I appreciate you being here, man. I
Yeah,
apologize.
definitely. Yeah, definitely. We'll play this. I mean, I'll try to play part of this later on my show. I mean, I'll throw your link out there. We'll figure it out. But yeah, blessings, brother. I greatly appreciate your time.
No, you don't want to go too far. Like I went too far into the whiskey and the drink, and I was super excited by you being here. You don't really need to play.
It's all good. I'll just play the first part or something like that.
Exactly. Yeah,
exactly,
don't go too far into the distance.
Oh yeah. No worries. Yeah.
As a result, I think the ultimate upshot is that folks who did tune in and listened like for the whole what is it, like 4.5 hours now, like send DK over. Let me fucking bash it out with DK.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he knows what's going on. And I appreciate your benevolence, and don't fucking thwart me if I come back over to the old TML transmission. Don't take this as like a what's the word I'm looking for? Like a synapse of who Frank Mundy is, because it's not. It really isn't, man. I'm a real person.
It's honestly a pretty chill time.
Yeah, I'm not some demon.
Yeah, I enjoyed myself. Frank,
I'm a living man, and I appreciate you.
Yeah, dude. It's no worries. See if I could get DK in here, and yeah, he seems to be idle on Discord, so we'll see.
Good Magic, yeah, and Lone Wolf, and are you transmitting tomorrow? Yeah, no. Wednesdays, yeah.
Tonight. Yeah, tonight. Yeah, Tuesday, Wednesday. So yeah, tonight 9:15, tomorrow 9:15, and then Saturday at 9:15. So PM Eastern time. Right. So the people that are out there, I mean, if you want to come check it out, or even come and join the conversation. There's an open panel, so you guys could join or conversate. But yeah, blessings. Yeah, I appreciate
Good
you.
Magic. And this is correct, right? Huh?
Oh yeah. Yes, supposedly correct. Yeah, so.
Okay. Until then, I love you, man. Be good.
Yeah. Same here, my friend. Yeah,
Okay.
Peace be with you. Yeah.
Thank you,
blessings.
sir.
Yeah, I'm praying for you. Yeah, peace, my friend.
All right, y'all. Good looking, sexy people out there in Happy Land. Fuck me in the ass. Yeah, I went too far. And why should you? Sorry, guys. Blow away some smoke. Why go that far? That's the big question. Pazuzu, right? La Boo Boo. Fuck, you gotta do your thing, man. You gotta move into the future of the abyss. And make sure that you figure out who's really there. Because it's not always, man. It's not always clear. Machine Lies, man. I'm gonna fucking play that one more.
Actually take, right? Like most people don't question, how or what means they use to question, to ask the question itself, right? So we're actually taking a critical look at technology, right, as a primary form of communication, as an objective factor of power in our age, right? And we think that basically we're assuming that a lot of the stuff that we see through this medium is totally made made up, right? Fabricated. And that is based on the fact that it is artifice. It's produced by a machine, right? So we talk about the lies of the machine on the machine that lies.
Yeah, that's a real thing, man. That's good. 4 hours? I can't go that far, man. It's too fucking crazy. Yeah. So it is what it is. So. So on and so forth. That's a good one. Those old Frank Monday productions coming at ya.
Okay, guys, our next comedian is a bit of a treat, to be honest. It is a bit of a treat. He's been away for 3 years. He is now back from the dead. Well, America. Give a big round of applause for Frank Monday.
Thank you, Nick. Appreciate that shit. Nick's a good man. I know what that's like, being a good man. It's tough in a fucking city like this, though. You know, nobody gives a fuck. They're like, God damn, that's some crazy shit. Motherfucker wearing high heels and shit. Looking good, too, huh? Yeah, you guys like that. That's all right. It's okay to fall down occasionally. I do that sometimes. All right, being back in the Jing is pretty fucking nerve-wracking. You know, performing for 4 minutes straight. The only other time I get this anxious when I gotta perform for 4 minutes straight is when I gotta make love to my wife.
Onion ring. Yeah, they're all right.
Hey, be watching for the Star Wars blog Rebellion coming out in December. You'll love it. It's follow-up to the award-winning Generations. Oh yeah. There you go, Frank.
Here's my burger. Yeah. That's gonna be it. Y'all good looking sexy people. Keep on. Keep it on.